I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. 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 Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your wife? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his wife. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your child? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his child. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. I don't mean kill, I mean just Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your wife? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his wife. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your child? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his child. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. Yeah. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. I don't mean it. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend.
your mind. DPA Open Mic, free speech zone. DPA Open Mic, we are live. DPA Open Mic, we are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go, let's go. We are live. Fucking safe space. Let's go, we are live. DPA Open Mic, we are live. We are live. We are live.
And we are live. Hello everyone, welcome to DPA Open Mic episode 120, where I titled Trump announced the F47 and the Houthis was warned, and then the Hamas was warned, and then the Syrians are warned, and then of course Macron is doing the warning as well. So that's the title. So as usual, the DPA Open Mic is multicast on multiple platforms on the DPA Open Mic YouTube channel, or YouTube, or on Open Mic channel, Rumble Open Mic channel, Twitch, DPA, Twitter, and DPA Telegram. So I hope the volume is fine. Based on my setting, you should be able to hear me. So sorry for last week. I was really unable to do the open mic last week. I'm super sick last week, and I'm still not fully recovered. You can hear it from my voice as well. So anyway, let's not wait too much longer. I'm gonna drop the link to join, and then let you guys chit chat. And give me a second. Invite, copy, and then this paste, copy. Okay, okay. I gotta put this. I have pinned the link to the live chat of the YouTube channel and also on the Rumble channel. And I'm going to put it on Twitch too. Yeah, I have pinned it to Twitch as well. So I'll see you guys soon. Let me drop the link to this place too, and drop this place to this place too. Yeah, done. So yeah, hi Dan Castle in the live chat. He woke up to pee, and then I realized that I just going live. So so have a good night's sleep. If you're going back to sleep, most likely I know you should be going back to sleep. Yeah, it's been a very complicated week. A lot of things happening. Everything is going to hell, and there's also one more news that I have yet to cover, which was quite shocking. There's a alliance being formed, military alliance being formed between Croatia, Montenegro, and Kosovo, and so if I didn't remember wrongly, these are the three countries. Let me double check again. Sorry, it's Albania. Albania, Kosovo, and Croatia. And that pissed off Serbia and Hungary. And Serbia and Hungary is now discussing a potential military alliance, which means that we might actually see a Baltic War if everything goes south in an unexpected way. So that's bad. I mean, yeah, that's going to be bad if it actually really happened that way. So it is a very unexpected development. Even the Serbians say that this came out of nowhere. It just suddenly appeared. Yeah, and people was like, why something like this happened? So I'm just checking, make sure the link is working. So if no one is joining, then I'll just continue to talk on my own. I'll just monologue. Yeah, so good. The link is correct. So that news I haven't really covered yet. So I will be covering soon, hopefully. On the YouTube management side, on the back end, things is very complicated right now. After the Kursk offensive, because of the Kursk, the pipeline attack, there was a massive boost in terms of attention on Ukraine war stuff. So views was very boosted. And after that, when everything calmed down, the views went to shit, and it was pretty shit. And it was very bad to the point where yeah, things is really bad. So no, not sure. And then I fall sick, so I can't really deal with it as it comes, and yeah, so I didn't manage to do much geopolitics as well. So hopefully I'll do more news, and yeah, it's. I think the Ukraine war, no crowd, the attention maybe is also waning. It's also getting smaller and smaller. So definitely, I have to pivot. Or at least to focus more on the geopolitical news, which is my passion. So that's what it is. So no one is joining. Oh my god, this open mic is so quiet. So you guys will continue to hear me talk to myself. So Ukraine war also very weird. The Russians, while they are still operating, they are not. There's not much frontline changes. The past few days, very stuff. Then there's almost not much to report. Like strategically, most of the things are the same, but there's not much advances. There's nothing much is changing. The Ukrainians cannot break through Belgorod. The Russians are also not pushing the Ukrainians out of Kursk. Everything seems rather static, and then there's some changes, small changes here and there. So the war is definitely getting a little boring as well. Suddenly, after the huge hype, I wonder if there is something to do with any kind of order coming from Kremlin to the Russian troops, because before that we the rumors was that the commanders are given free rein to really do their operations the way they want. The rumors doesn't seem to be correct, because nothing much have changed. The Ukrainians are also ignoring Donald Trump's negotiation with Putin. So they have been launching strikes, including against energy facilities. So clearly, Ukraine is deliberately sabotaging the peace deal themselves. So then after that, they can actually blame it on Putin for if Putin say that no, this is no go because Ukraine is still attacking us in terms of the energy facilities, then yeah, they can point the fingers, and yeah, but nothing. But then then they will just blame Putin for not wanting to to do the peace deal. Yeah, as usual, very typical stuff. Someone asked about Bigari. I have spoken to Bigari after a lot of people was asking about him. So Bigari said that no, he's still alive, he's still around. But he's kind of like pissed off with the way how the open mic works, because he don't get the chance to talk. He feel very irritated to come on and talk. I have to wait for 20-30 minutes to talk a bit. So he don't want to talk. so that's the main thing. Yeah. So and Madeline said you could take this quiet time of relatively high intelligence to take quiet questions from the members that support you financially. I mean, sure. I always answer questions though. Is it a monologue tonight? It's looking like it if no one's coming on. So people who have been watching if you guys can also come on to talk. I'm looking at the numbers on the analytics. There's 100 over people on YouTube watching, just on YouTube alone, which is pretty typical number at this point of the open mic. But no one is coming on, so the viewers not what change. But yeah, we have someone in the backstage. Prata is here. Hi, Prata.
Hey, hi, how are you?
Oh, I'm
nice
recovering.
introduction. Very nice introduction.
Very long introduction on my own. So sad.
No, it was very good. It was very good. I'm surprised nobody else entered. I was still eating. But anyways, yeah. So yes, I do agree. Politically, it's like Witchcott said. The Europeans are encouraging the Ukrainians to gain some time. What for, or even like you were saying, sabotaging the negotiations, but this will work very badly with Americans. I don't know, but let's hope. Let's see what's coming from it. But the thing is definitely that Europe, the Americans are understanding the Europeans are doing and are giving them some message. And be careful, because in wasting more time, just more people will die, because there is no way that that Ukraine can win this war. And on the other side, if this war takes longer, a bigger war could start. So it's complicated. We saw some good developments though, which is the fact that the French and the British are not talking about in sending peace troops to Ukraine just like that without a mandate from the Security Council, which would be very interestingly against international law. But now they are talking about saying that if they will take part, they will do it in the frame of United Nations peace mission. But of course, it is obvious if the Americans and the Russians don't want it, doesn't go through. But it's already a good development, a way of de-escalating a little bit. So let's see.
I think the Kremlin already criticize whatever talk about sending UN troops, sending European troops. They say like no, it's not going to happen, and it wouldn't happen because Russia can veto it. So.
Well, it's true. Well, they didn't. They weren't really completely against sending peace troops, but they believe that if there is a ceasefire, there is no reason to have peace troops there. So if there is an agreement, then there isn't a reason. So the Russians are, in a way, this also expressed the fact that the Russians want to achieve their goals. It doesn't matter how. And then they believe if they achieve all their goals, there is no more reason for war, and that's it.
And what can the peace troops do, man? Since when did the peace troop actually fight anyone that break the ceasefire?
Actually, sometimes they even did worse. If you look at Yugoslavia, sometimes they even did worse because they create a false sentiment of security, and on the end they don't do anything. If populations are attacked, it doesn't matter if it was in Africa, in Rwanda, or even if in Yugoslavia. On the end, who wants to do bad, horrible things, they do it. The same thing with...
But I think almost like then peacekeepers almost don't do anything most of the time. Like I think Haiti, maybe they fight a bit, like little bit, they fight the gangs a little bit. But if you look at like even in South Lebanon, they didn't do anything. They let the Houthis. Is it Houthis? Houthis. No, not Houthis. No. Hezbollah. They continue to let Hezbollah to build up their camps and military, and they don't do anything. So when Israel just punch through, they also don't dare to shoot at the Israelis. What's the point? You're just glorified security guards. Security guards also can do much more than them.
Peace troops make some sense if you have a situation like a new state is born and there aren't any security forces around, like in the case of East
police,
Timor.
Right? Yes.
Exactly. Like in the case of East Timor, the Indonesian army left. There was a few freedom fighters, but that wasn't enough to bring security policing in East Timor. So it made sense to have them there, and sometimes, that's a good reason to have peace troops normally there. Their function in other conflicts is mostly and foremost the same that OSCE did during the Minsk Accords in Ukraine, which is just to note the violations and in somehow be a kind of a neutral observer of what things are happening. But as we know, even that sometimes is not very correct.
Yeah, not doable. And who can stop Russia if Russia want to break the ceasefire and just go on?
Yeah, that's true.
Which is why the British is talking about, we are ready to send fighter jets. to support the troops, the troops, the peacekeeper on the ground. I'm thinking like, what, you're going to war? So it's like, yeah, a lot of hypocrisy over there as well.
Yeah, right. And let's say that Russia agrees with sending some peace troops in order to avoid that Ukraine violates the rights of the Russian-speaking majorities. And can we imagine any of these peace troops doing something against the Ukrainian police or Ukrainian paramilitary groups or something like that? No, it won't happen. So it's we need a more. And besides, the solution of Europe is a much more complex one. We're talking about the security architecture of Europe, which means a lot of many deals, many small little deals that comprise a big deal, and that doesn't make any difference. It doesn't make sense to have any peace troops because we are not talking. Well, even Ukraine is not in a complete situation of social despair. Things are, well, yes, there are people being recruited by force, but the social situation is stable, where there is no war. So there's no reason for peace troopers anywhere, I would say. What would be the reason for peace troopers to police the border between Finland and Russia? Makes no sense. So, you know what I mean?
Which is why, if from the Russian point of view, it's like the way how they look at it is just an excuse to put a force to fight for the Ukrainian side. Like, confirm the peacekeepers is going to come in from the Ukrainian side. I can't imagine the British forces land in Donetsk city and then they'll travel to the front line. No, so there's already something wrong. It's just same thing as the nuclear agency, right? The nuclear agency also goes from Ukraine in towards Zaporizhia, which is ridiculous. It's like, why don't you just fly straight to Melitopol? Why are you going from the Ukrainian side?
Well, yes, it makes no sense. In a way, they put themselves into dangers, and others into danger, and on the other side, just to how can I explain that? Just for some people in Kiev to feel themselves big and powerful because they oblige that organization to go through Kiev. But that's very good that you talked about the power plant, because it sounds like there is a lot. I don't know why, but Zelensky has these things of principles, some strange principles, some anchors that he puts in a place. Hi, Yvonne. Hi, everybody. That he puts in a place, and it's like he doesn't let it go, which is strange. Why does he need the Chernobyl nuclear power station? It's in a way it's some kind of paranoia or obsession, because the power plant has been disconnected. It has been quite damaged. He even said the investment will be huge. He won't have any sense of results in many years to come. So why keep pushing in the same button, knowing that it doesn't bring anywhere? It's like you said, Wade. It's a way of derailing negotiations, going for things that are impossible or unreasonable. Go on, Vaughn.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. I mean, right now, I honestly don't see peacekeepers coming in, because I think the problem's going to be is they're going to try to go to places that are valuable that the Russians are not going to want them to sit in. Like, honestly, Zaporizhia, they need to get that out of their mind. And I can't see the Russians letting peacekeepers in Odessa. Odessa's Russia. They're going to take it the easy way or the hard way. And if we're honest, you can't really trust the current regime and the current culture of what's left of Ukraine with a nuclear power plant. So, I would think they might be interested in controlling the Chernobyl area and Kryvyi Rih. There might still be one more nuclear plant in the West, but, that's kind of NATO's problem, I guess. But I really don't think that they're going to let those kind of places go. And I think that's the problem is France and Germany think they're going to play some game where they're going to get prime real estate when the Russians aren't going to be like, no, you're not doing that. Because, I mean, think about it. There's really no reason for them to stop. Just keep grinding away. You'll get what you want. It might be another 6 months, but you'll get what you want. Or a year.
I remember reading somewhere the Americans won the nuclear power plants, right? They say hand over the ownership of the nuclear power plants to the Americans. I was like, wow, that is like daylight robbery, man.
I think
Von, your president is a robber.
I mean, I could see something like that. I mean, not the U.S., but I mean, if they were able to create some kind of neutral agency that would run the plants, but then you got to secure it. So who's going to be the security? And there's no way Russia's going to agree with that. And I'm sure the United States. So I mean, the best thing to do is just let Russia have the nuclear plants at Kryvyi Rih, Zaporizhzhia. Honestly, they should take control of Chernobyl because the Ukrainians flew a drone into the sarcophagus, which means to me that they're kind of emotional and untrustworthy with dangerous materials. I mean, that's another reason why I think we can get to it later on, but that's one reason why I don't think Trump's going to be attached to or involved directly with any kind of hit on Iran's nuclear facilities because, why would you want your name attached to an environmental disaster? I mean, I don't see how you could hit that stuff and not have a environmental disaster. So
I think Trump secretly wants Russia to just eat up the whole of Ukraine. Like, just conquer the whole place, like he just putting on a show. That's the feeling I get.
Well, just real quick, I mean, if you look at what's been going on, there's a lot of stuff that continually seems to throw roadblocks up or delays. Like I thought we had a ceasefire, but I guess we didn't have a ceasefire. And then now for sure, after yesterday, we don't have a ceasefire. So, I mean, basically the whole time that went on, the Russians just kept grinding away and closing off Sudza and making some gains other places. And people talk about the few petty gains that Ukraine had. It's like, okay, great. A bunch of guys that could have been used somewhere else assaulted the Russians, died, got their picture taken, repeat.
It is quite interesting that you said that Ukrainians are not very, don't have a good historial about dealing with dangerous materials. And this is something very interesting. There's some strange stories about the Energar power plant and what Westinghouse, the biggest American nuclear nuclear power technology enterprise, and what they were doing experiments on those reactors because Westinghouse is quite paranoid about knowing how the youngest Russian reactors work, and there are a few things. Like for instance, they wanted to buy some reactors that Bulgaria bought, but they never really the parts of the reactor was delivered, but the power plant was never constructed. And Westinghouse was really hoping in buying it through Ukraine. And then the technicians of Westinghouse went to Bulgaria and noticed that the most important pieces were still in St. Petersburg. They never delivered them, obviously, for many reasons, and those reactors are actually old-fashioned reactors. But nevertheless, there were many experiments of Westinghouse in Erdogan, and the Russians said this is extremely dangerous stuff, especially trying to make pieces out of nothing in order to just put in the reactors. And that's also one of the reasons, if I understood right, why the Russians actually think the best thing is to completely disconnect the power plant forever somehow.
I mean, think about it. Ukraine could run cheaply on its own coal and natural gas. Mm-hmm. I mean, they'd literally be a transit point, so it's not like they couldn't, just have basically free electricity.
And just to finish, there is something also very important about this power plant, which is huge amounts of nuclear waste. We know nowadays that nuclear waste can be recycled. So there's also that part that they were willing to. So go on, guys.
I think Upgrade's next.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on what Wyatt said about the deals which are done. the longer then Ukraine waits for actually signing something, the harder the negotiations get, right? First, it was just a mineral deal. Then it starts to get with nuclear power plants. Plus, today, Trump announced that they're already agreeing to split up Ukrainian ground. So Ukraine gets pressure from all sides. And I think the longer they just believe in some fairy tale that they will get some backing from the Europeans. By the way, the Europeans, you don't see them anywhere right now, and nobody's talking and saying something. They're just like chihuahuas, small and irrelevant in the discussions. And I think that if Ukraine is not really, like Wyatt said, not signing any agreements with the Americans, then the Americans will just drop them, and then probably they will get eaten by Russia, like Wyatt said, right? Don? Yeah.
Yeah, and just real quick, I mean, I think another reason why you can't really trust Ukraine, even if you got rid of the current regime, there's still that culture and attitude that's probably pretty prevalent, especially when what would be left of the western part of Ukraine. I mean, they kind of did it to themselves. I mean, the way they've talked openly about building dirty bombs and stuff like that. I mean, it would be stupid for Russia to leave any of that material in their hands, because it just takes one nut job, and you damn well know that Trump and Vance, even if everything went great, aren't going to be in office forever, and there'll always be some clown somewhere in the back room of the CIA that will find some kid of a dead Nazi who died in this war and tell him, you want to avenge your father and bring glory to Ukraine and start all over. So I mean, and I think they kind of did it to themselves by all the talk they made about dirty bombs and weapons of mass destruction and doing attacks against Russia. I think it would be stupid for Russia to leave any of that stuff in their hands. It would either have to be directly under like NATO control, which means the U.S., or Russian control, because you really can't have people with that kind of attitude. And there's no guarantee that one of those people won't pop up down the road or get somewhere. I mean, we don't need dirty bombs. And so far we've been lucky nothing's happened. But like I said, they're the ones that talk about it and obsess about it and fantasize about it. So, coal's good. Natural gas is good. You can heat your house and have lights with that. You don't need nuclear power. Sorry.
Is my mic working? Nice. So, what you guys been up to? Still lying about Russia, making propaganda and stuff? It's time to move on. Come on. Ukraine is winning.
I learned my lessons, so you can see YouTube don't like me.
Did you guys heard that Zelensky's afraid of getting back to Ukraine? He's flying all over the place.
Again, I wasn't aware he was out of the country on his begging tour, but that doesn't surprise me. I mean, and think about it. Whenever he's gone, bad things always happen. It's usually when there's a lot of bad shit going on, like Kursk and Sumy, and I'm sure there's other places. There's too many to keep track of, unfortunately, for the Ukrainians.
Von, I'm glad you're here and Dave Bradley as well. Let's talk about United States and Donald Trump. Is he doing a good job?
Yeah, he's doing fine. I mean, he's doing what he can do. He's fighting his battles. He's dealing with the courts. He's dealing with obstructionist, politicians. He's getting stuff done. Could stuff go faster? Yeah, but I mean, he's doing more than probably anybody's done in the last 40 years. That, as far as trying to do stuff just for the country. I mean,
or just doing anything at all.
And people can say, "Oh, he's all over the place." But, I think a lot of it's just negotiation, bluster, and posturing. You see deals come into fruition here and there. I mean, I can't really predict anything because it's just too chaotic. But it seems to be working out here and there. I mean, there's obviously sore spots like the Middle East that.
Social Security.
I still
Social
agree
Security.
with.
I mean, all they're going to do with Social Security is streamline the system, get rid of the waste, fraud, and abuse, No one's cutting Social Security. No one's losing.
I don't know.
their-
I think that's been the Republican goal for such a long time. I don't think Trump is beyond that at all.
I don't believe that for 1 second that they're going to take Social Security benefits from legitimate. Social
They'll just start
And they're
to
not gonna
slowly
cut it either.
privatize it. They're just going to slowly start to privatize it. They already did some things, like for example, I guess like aged folks that are like in their 80s that have never spent a day online have to go online and like register for stuff and upload their IDs and everything like this. It's causing
it's caused getting rid of the waste, fraud, and abuse. That way you don't have somebody who's 179 years old collecting Social Security. I mean, there's literally millions of people well past 140 years old, which we all know is bullshit.
So they said that, but I don't think that. I think that that's been greatly exaggerated. The number of 300-year-old Social Security collection, like people that are collecting Social Security, I think that's probably very minimal. I think there's a lot more of waste, fraud, and abuse in the defense sector, for example.
Yeah, well, there's only so many things you can go at a time. So right now we're on the waste, fraud, and abuse of Social Security. Then we'll be on the waste, fraud, and abuse of the target. We'll be on the waste, fraud, and abuse of the IRS.
They won't cut the. I don't think they're going to cut the waste, fraud, and abuse for the Pentagon. I think they're going to take a hammer to Social Security.
I mean, that's your point of view. I don't think that. I think they're going to clean it up as much as they can.
You're right. I really hope you're right.
I mean, the Pentagon is the Pentagon. I mean, we joke around about they're not going to audit the Pentagon because if you audit the Pentagon, you get another 9/11. I mean, they'll probably clean up programs. They'll probably cancel some contracts. They'll probably save a few $100 billion.
They're going to privatize it. What they're going to do is they're going to privatize.
That would be great. You know what? We should nationalize the MIC. That's what we should do.
The opposite of privatizing. Okay, I'm with you. I think so too. That's very.
Because then we'd be paying the same price for a T90 as the Russians pay, and since they're basically the same fucking thing.
But we're doing the. So I'm agreeing with you. I think that we should be doing that, and I think that that's something that we kind of want to go into that direction. But I think when it comes to Social Security, they're trying to do the opposite thing. They want to privatize it, more and more privatization.
Well, I mean, if they turn it into a functioning, IRA program, and people are getting their money and they're getting better than they got the piddly ass $1,000 a month, then maybe that's a better thing. I mean, how old are you? I mean, do you honestly expect to get Social Security, or do you have investments? I mean, I guarantee you none of you has investments. He's probably not counting on his state pension. Neither am I. I mean, if I get some, I get some. If I don't, I've got other plans in place. I'm not stupid. I mean, I feel sorry for the people that are in there, but sometimes change has to be made. And if you're 80 years old and you don't have a driver's license or a state ID, that's kind of your problem, not mine. I mean, why don't you have one? You had to do wills. You probably drove at some point. You had to cash a check at the bank.
I don't think it's the ID that's the issue. I think the issue is the people just don't know how online works. Like 80-year-old people are like, how does the online work? And so what they're doing is they're
spend some money that you can send people around to help people figure it out, or do seminars for people at bingo halls.
Should have had grandkids. Should have had grandkids or something.
Yeah, maybe you should have had kids instead of having cats. That's your problem again.
Come on, Javon.
We just don't see eye to eye on this. I think that it's not okay to go after Social Security. Social Security is a system that's very, very popular. I think Donald Trump understood that, and that's why he ran on not touching it, right? He ran on saying, I won't raise the retirement age by a day, and I won't cut Social Security by a penny. Now, when you're saying you're going to cut waste, fraud, and abuse, who can be against that, right? The issue is not that everybody's against waste, fraud, and abuse. Nobody likes corruption. The issue is that nobody trusts the Republicans to handle Social Security in a fair and honest way.
Nobody trusts they trust the Democrats even less, because obviously they were fine with hundreds of millions of dollars, if not billions in dollars, being sent out to nobody, to dead people. I mean, there's a reoccurring payment that was going to Michelle Obama for $122,000 for a state dinner she did in like 2018. She was still getting that payment up until a few weeks ago. Somebody just hit reoccurring. So there doesn't have, that's the kind of stuff they got to stop, and it'll save money. Maybe if they save money, they can have a better system. So it's easier for old people who are legit to get their benefits. Maybe they'll get more because they saved money.
You're not going to get more. You're going to get screwed.
I mean, the thing is the Congress would be the one to raise the retirement age, and I doubt they're going to raise it. And they would probably be the ones that would have to cut the budget for or the benefits for Social Security, which they all say they're not going to do. So if they can achieve a savings or a surplus out of there by cleaning out the waste, fraud, and abuse, then it kind of saves Social Security for where it's at, or it keeps it solvent for longer, especially if they cut money in other places. I mean, you literally have hundreds of billions of dollars that's being found. So, Wyatt.
No, it's upgrade. Upgrade is waiting forever because Voss throw in the question and derail everything.
And
Voss.
that's not the kind of thing I want to talk about America, But upgrade, go.
Upgrade.
All right,
go.
upgrade.
No, I will continue about America because it was asked the question, right? If he's doing a good job, right? So it depends on the perspective of the person you asked, right? For me as a European, when I see the tariff, I don't like that. I already said when before he started to do that you can threaten to make tariffs, but then if you do them and you do them broadly to everybody, because now it's China, it's Mexico, Canada, European Union, Russia, of course, they still have sanctions, and he added some. So, I mean, somehow you're gonna have to also deal with other nations, other people. You cannot just tariff everyone and think everybody gonna cave, So, I mean, I understand that some contracts are not done pretty good and stuff like that, perspective of the United States, but to just throw tariffs at somebody and just say, now you do like I want, it's all okay. He is America, he has the power, he has the USD, but still, I don't know if this is a good diplomatic.
Yeah, I don't really care for your attitude. I'm thinking another 5%.
Well, just go 5 feet higher.
I don't care, but the problem is after a while, you also need to deal with other people. You cannot just push somebody down on the ground and then tell him, yeah, you're going to have a nice relationship with me, You have to also give it's a deal, right?
We might right now. Think about it. With all the convicted felons floating around, we might be at prison rules. So yeah, you would hold your foot on somebody's neck and tell them we're going to be friends.
It's Americans, that's why.
you need a carrot and a stick. You
I'm
can't
telling
just
you now, everybody in Europe start to hate America. It's like unbelievable. Everybody's like, fuck them,
I haven't even noticed. I haven't noticed the change at all.
Nah,
I'm just kidding.
I like Americans. I don't care. They're nice dudes and nice.
But the thing is the tariff. Every country tariff America. Though that is the thing that Trump is complaining about. So
I know, but
I think the reciprocal one should be quite obvious. Although I don't think it works quite much. Because usually people tariff because they want to protect their own industry. And they won't be importing. So the reciprocal one, I don't think it's going to do much. I think it's the punitive one that is a bit weird. The ones against Canada, against Mexico. But of course, coming back to they also have tariff on American imports. So it's not like it's innocent. It's not like Trump is.
But why it's the 300 tariff, on wines and stuff like that. That's exaggerated.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? It's exaggerated, Okay,
that's basically killing it.
300, come on, like do it a little bit like more like a rational.
No, 300 is banning. That's just basically banning European alcohol from.
Yeah. Go on.
Yeah, I was just gonna say also. I mean, with other stuff Trump's doing, I guess last night at like 7:10 p.m. East Coast time, he announced that he was revoking the status of like 530,000 asylum seekers, so they would be eligible for immediate deportation. Which, I mean, they're not going to get them all at once, but he revoked their protected status. And so, I mean, there's things going on all the time. I mean, obviously, and every day there's stories about them rounding up specific Trende de Aguara, whatever, the Trende guys, like specific guys they're looking for in Florida and stuff. So, and then you've got the border closed and the influx down. I don't know about the drug flow. I mean, I'm sure they're catching stuff, but they always catch shit. But
I don't know about the drugs.
But I mean, he's got the border locked down. He's doing his show on TV, making sure they get a daily dose of people getting picked up. And I'm sure there's a lot of stuff going on in the background that doesn't get news, like more generic deportations that aren't exciting, that don't have a cartel guy in it. Or, they're not going back to El Salvador where you get to watch them get frog marched and shaved. That's pretty hardcore. So, I mean, he's in the middle of these battles with these judges, but he can ignore them because there's really nothing they can do. And he is ignoring them, even though he's pretending to go through the process. But there's not really anything they can do about it. I mean, the Supreme Court will say something eventually, but it might be that they're just waiting for enough of these idiot judges to say stupid things before they could just issue a blanket ruling that you don't have the authority to interfere with, foreign policy or the movements of military aircraft, or however they want to play it. Because he's using specific reasons to do this, which are constitutionally time tested, and there's numerous examples of presidents using one or several or all of the exact same things at different times. So, and he's got the court stacked with his people, so it should work out for him. But there's really no threat to him to keep doing what he wants because the judge can't send anybody to arrest the president, and Congress isn't going to impeach him either. So,
Yeah, not now.
What do you mean, no, no?
Well, not after he has this mandate. Not in the current political climate. There have been times where they were in a position to go after Trump, and they did. I don't think now's the time. I think now's the time for them to hibernate, lay low, and then fight another battle when they're in a better position. Just Trump's mandate. Trump.
If you want to see something, there's a clip. I mean, I know it sucks, but it's on The View, and it's that Stephen A. Smith guy. He's an American sportscaster that does politics. And he breaks down because they're like, well, Trump didn't get a mandate. And he breaks down about how Trump won X amount of counties, X amount of millions of votes beyond Kamala, how many counties he won, how he won all the swing states, how like 59% of the counties shifted farther right. So he's like, that's a mandate. So, I mean, with all the metrics across the board, and then you factor in the like minority groups and stuff that voted for him, other than certain groups of women, he dominated the election and got
the fact that African Americans and the Hispanic vote. Yeah. That's huge.
That tells you right there, like Hispanics do not have a problem with the immigration laws being enforced because it benefits them too. Because they're legal migrants or guys with green cards or work visas, they get undercut by the illegals too. So, there's plenty of ways to come in. They've made it very clear that if you want to come in and work or do something legit, that you just come through the process. And as long as you don't have any issues which would keep you from coming in, which would be reasonable for any other country, like a lengthy criminal record, you should have no problem coming in and working or doing whatever, visiting and then leaving.
Yeah, getting a work visa.
Yeah, I mean,
pick peaches or whatever, of course.
And he's obviously got support of the majority of the people that are affected by that type of, as far as we're concerned here, it's mostly Hispanic or Latino migrants.
So that's kind of what I mean by now's not the time to go after Donald Trump, even if inner city that undermined his popularity in some degree. It's not something that's been so massive that the huge voting base is completely off the reservation on that.
Yeah, I mean, look at Chicago. You have all the inner city blacks there that turned against the Democrats because of the sanctuary city and the flooding of migrants. And stuff like that. So, and in Detroit, super chat.
I'm glad I identify myself as a white South African.
Yeah, Voss identifies as a white South African. Yeah. And just now, Johari said, what is the odds of a ceasefire even happening while we are talking about Ukraine? And hi, Fred, new guy.
Hello.
Hi.
I'd say no ceasefire for the indefinite future.
Yeah, there's no way. I don't think so. I'm with Vaughn.
There's no carrot for Russia so far, so I just don't see anything serious coming of it.
So let Fred introduce himself. He's new. Fred,
Hello,
can you
Fred.
introduce yourself?
I wanted to talk about the tariffs. So I'm from South Africa. Hi, everybody.
Hello.
And I don't know if you guys even follow what's happening with South Africa and the Trump administration, but the one thing that I wanted to mention is the fact that all the aid that's being pulled from South Africa, all of that should happen right after Bibi visited the US. So I guess the theory that I'm trying to convey to you guys is that because of the ICJ case that we have at the UN or at the ICJ, I think the aid is being pulled from South Africa. So I think the aid that the US provides, it provides about 20% of our healthcare because of HIV and TB and all of that, 20%. And the US pulling that just after Bibi went to the US after his last visit. So very coincidental. But yeah.
That is very
just wanted
interesting.
to hear your guys' view on that.
I would just add to, real quick, if you look at West United States media and Elon Musk, I mean, that may be true because of your ICJ case, but it doesn't help when you have people in your government talking about white genocide, because that allowed Elon Musk and Trump and them to talk about the white genocide in South Africa. So basically it gives cover or another excuse of why they pulled your aid, and it's not just because of the ICJ thing. They can ignore the ICJ thing and say, no, it's because you're saying this about white farmers, or it's because of the violence, or it's because of this or that. That's
To be fair, there's always going to be a way to sell it, right? It's not like it ever stopped us in Syria.
It's bullshit.
Your government kind of played into the hands of America's media where they can play up that angle and ignore the ICJ angle totally.
I think the relations between South Africa and the United States have been deteriorating for a long time now, even before the Gazan war. This is not something new. The fact that South African government has been complaining about U.S. coalition in their internal problems is something that has been the criticism, especially towards the American ambassador, is long. During the Ukrainian war, there was this fake news that the U.S. tried to create the U.S. ambassador, a quite ridiculous guy, with a little thing, saying that South Africa was selling weapons to Ukraine and things like that. It was the other way around, but who cares? It's quite. I think we have to see this perspective. The fact that Elon Musk is a South African, a white South African, and in a way, the social construct of South Africa has also been in the last years deteriorating, and this has nothing to do with Gaza. It has nothing to do with the Ukrainian war. It's a phenomenon. There has been it's a process that has been continuing developing. The fact is that South Africa is in a very, especially after the pandemic, but it was already before, it's having a lot of social problems, violence, all infrastructure. The infrastructure is falling apart, corruption is growing, and in that sense, the social conflict is growing immensely. I remember, Fred, that moment when black South Africans went blaming Mozambican, special Mozambican migrants, like if they were the reason for all their bad things. There were many killings, there was really bad stuff, and this was before the pandemic. So the social structure in South Africa is falling apart, and they need a lot of investments. And of course, there are many people interested in chaos and disruption in South Africa. This is obvious. But on the other side, we also have all these opportunistic people that, for instance, are blaming white people for all the bad things that happened after the fall of the apartheid. The thing is that there's too many factors. You probably will
Rightly
be able
so,
to.
rightly so, rightly so.
There are too many factors that I think it should be considered. But this conflict between the United States and South Africa was going to happen. Now you are right. This is definitely because of the ICG, but the process has been there. It's like someone said. I don't remember. Sorry, I was not paying too much attention. I think it was Bradley. It was going to happen. It's just a question of framing it, having an excuse to make it grow. And yeah, go on, Fred.
Yeah, maybe just to respond to what Vaughan was saying, and I think Vaughan has left, but
That is there.
you know, you can't blame South Africa if say South Africa's got a sort of perceived democracy, right? And you've got these minority parties and people that are not in government. They are political parties that is trying to get into government, and they've got these weird ideas and ideology, and they're talking about killing farmers and all of that, but it's not the government that's saying that.
Oh, I know, but what I'm saying is here in the West, those people are hurting South Africa because you're basically giving, press bites to the Western media that wants to hide that they're doing the bidding of Israel against South Africa versus punishing you because you're racist people that are trying to kill poor innocent farmers. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying is I agree with what you're saying. It's just that they're going to exploit that because that's more flashy and that scares people because these poor farmers are just trying to help feed people and you're all attacking them and these crazy guys that are trying to run the government. And, they don't make it clear if this guy's in the government, if he's in the parliament, or if he's a leading candidate or just a fringe candidate. They just play the guy waving a machete around saying shit. And, what I'm saying is it allows them to create a narrative that your country's like, crazy and all these people are crazy. And even if that's only 1% of the population, they make it look like it's the majority. And that's why it's okay to take your funding and treat you the way we treat you because of what they show. They're not going to say, oh, we don't agree with the ICJ, so we're going to punish South Africa because they brought the court case. They're going to say, look at all the shit South Africa's doing. Look at how dilapidated their country is. Look at the water. They can't have water. They don't have power. There's people burning tires in the street. You know what I mean? Look at this. Going to show the bad shit to create a reason to give you shit. That's all I was saying.
Yeah, and also let's not forget that Trump is very mad with South Africa because South Africa is one of the biggest supporters of BRICS and de-dollarization and so on, and that makes them really mad. So I would go more for that. But also in terms of
they can find the negative stuff. They're not going to say it's because of BRICS or it's like they'll find just the savagery to focus on, not the legitimate concerns or policy.
Definitely a lot of reasons, to attack South Africa for sure. Like you have the BRICS, you have the ICJ on Israel. So, yeah, but then, South Africa is playing a lot of a middle ground. It's a bit like Turkey, like they're playing both sides. Like at the same time, they're also, producing ammunition for Ukraine. So, they are playing all sides. Yeah, so.
Yeah, they're playing multipolarity. They're playing the multipolarity.
I think Fred's point about ICJ makes sense though. I think that could be the main trigger. You attack Israel, so Israel is not looking for a way to get
Fred. Good job, man. That was a very good catch. You are probably almost.
I think we never spot that, right? We never thought that could be the reason. Yeah.
Yeah, but you're almost certainly onto something. But yes.
I think South Africa has been on the spot for creating a color revolution somehow. And this has been being tried, especially because that white party they don't really have much of they don't have much followers somehow. Their arguments don't really stick, and they have been trying to be helped by some Western countries all the time. It just doesn't work. But I don't know if Fred sees it that way or not.
Just rephrase your question again.
I was saying about that party from the white people's party that they never their arguments never really stick, and somehow the Western countries are always trying to provide them arguments to support their arguments, so to say, trying to support them.
Trying to boost them.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know what the thing is, right? So even the biggest sort of, you could call it a white party, even though we don't really have we have a white, yeah, actually we do have a like a white party, but the biggest white party, even them have been saying, on social media, on media, they've been saying it to the Trump administration, is that there's no genocide or the disposition of land without compensation happening in South Africa at the moment. So what happened was there was a act of parliament that says we can't take land without compensation, but in practice, no land has been taken without compensation as yet, right? So even critics of South Africa within South Africa will doesn't agree with what Trump is saying and what Elon Musk is saying on X, and even white South Africans have been rebuffing what Elon is saying on X. I mean, Elon's dad lives here in South Africa. I mean, I don't know, it's crazy. Elon Musk's dad lives actually close to where I live, in the Western Cape of South Africa. And so I'm sure Vaughan and all of you, I'm sure the Trump administration knows this. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure they know South
Of course
Africa
they do.
is not as per. I mean, Hunter Biden is in South Africa at the moment.
Is it?
Hey,
There's no white genocide.
just so you know, he's in South Africa and he doesn't have Secret Service protection anymore.
Hey,
Super chat by
we don't.
Madeline. Yeah, it's really hard to run a country when you have to supply 100%
I'm
of
just
the
repeating
population
what
with
President Trump
electricity.
stated publicly
and
with
water.
notice, so it's not like I'm giving away secret information.
Yes, you are.
Unlike the whites who only supply 10% of the country, the ANC tripled electricity.
Very important point. Thank you very much, Madeline.
This is very true.
Yeah, and it's a very important point.
It was all old. Well, I'm not trying to make those arguments legitimate, but it was also 20 or 30 years ago. So there was another ability to supply more or less. But the thing is that South Africa puts a lot of hope on BRICS, and I'm not sure that the BRICS can really solve all the problems that South Africa has. They might help, but
It can address a lot of them.
Yeah, but it's complicated. So it's, and I think it's very unfair what the Americans are doing now. Of course, it's a geopolitical game. We kind of touched several reasons for that, but it's very unfair because South Africa at the moment it just means destabilization, complete destabilization with no. The South Africans are not going to change their position in relation to apartheid in Israel. This is not going to change anything. So it's just punishment. and punishing a country that is on the brink of a social collapse, it's quite mean. Especially if Elon Musk is a South African, the last thing he would like to want is his country to, his motherland in the end, to go completely crazy.
He doesn't care. Elon Musk is. What did Joe Rogan call him? A psychopath on the spectrum. Even if that's not totally true, I'm sure it's something like that. Where I don't think he gives a flying fuck about what's going on in South Africa, just like he doesn't give a flying fuck about what's actually going on in his own, like, you know, like H1N visas and all this other stuff in his own business. It's like he's a businessman.
He doesn't even know what's going on with his own kids, let alone what's going on in some former country.
Well, yeah,
I agree.
I don't know.
Nonya, don't say that, please.
Well, he doesn't. Does he even know how many kids he has at this point?
At this point, yeah, exactly.
He brings them out as props. That's about it. Anytime he needs a prop, where's the youngest one? Okay, get on my shoulders. And then you never see the kid for another 6-7 years. You know, he's a joke.
Tell me.
I don't know where that came from.
This is an attempt to undermine Rick one by one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Lawrence is right.
Yeah, the weakest link.
Exactly. It was the weakest link. Exactly. That's the point. It was the weakest link. He has Trump haven't yet courage to go against Brazil. They are preparing.
Yeah,
Brazilians are preparing him. But
you know, they attacking the wrong one, because South African people say they are the weakest link. They're not. They're just saying that because they're African. Trust me, these people, they know how to fight. They're not gonna give up. Well, whatever Trump is doing to them, they won't.
Maybe you're right.
What they're doing,
Vaz. Maybe you're right in that the Americans can't anticipate how much suffering South Africans are willing to go through. But I think the calculation that we're making is, this is the closest we have to it's already falling apart on its own, and all you got to do is kind of blockade it and don't let it fix itself too much, and then it's going to be totally on the ropes.
Yeah, brother, don't forget, these people, they survive the fucking apartheid. They know how to fight.
It's a good point.
So, yeah, but you got to look at it this way. Africa is going to be a playground in the multipolar world for China, Russia, and the United States.
Yeah.
So you're right. Africa knows how to survive. So they're going to figure out what pole is going to keep them alive, which might be the United States. It might be Russia. Probably won't be China.
If they want to break up BRICS, they better start pointing their finger to India.
They better hold the line until
India or Brazil. India or Brazil. These two countries are the weakest link. India or Brazil.
India will probably could potentially be its own pole.
No,
yeah,
India already ceded to the United States demands. Well, they told him yes in everything. Brazil is keeping very quiet, which is a very intelligent move at the moment. They are keeping it very quiet, but they are also preparing for something big to come. But in the case of Brazil, I'm not sure, but I have the feeling the Americans sell much more to Brazil than the other way around. So it's one of those very few countries with whom the United States actually has a positive balance. And in a way, if United States understands it really, Brazil has never been 100% ally, but has never been
stood against
adversary, and this is very important. So it's if they decide to go against Brazil, it will be the most stupid thing to do geopolitically, because all these Latin American countries, as their leaders goes and comes, it completely changed. In the case of Brazil, that has never happened.
If you look at the way the it could be shaping up, I mean, the United States is probably going to go focus on Greenland, Canada, then South and Central America. That's its pole.
Yeah, sure.
Brazil and Argentina will, then you'll have Africa out there in the wild, and then you'll have Russia, the Chinese, maybe India, and then I don't know, maybe there'll be some kind of European pole, but I doubt it. They'll probably just be split up with whoever.
Super chat. Elon Musk very cares about South Africa. He gives only to white-only charities, school and towns. The only money he gives out.
Yep.
Yeah, the richest,
So-
the richest guy in the world. He helps America and forget his fucking country.
I don't think that he feels that kind of loyalty towards South Africa, and I think that's kind of what that's kind of the calculation when we look at South Africa as the weakest link in the chain. It's like we're not looking at it in terms of what will it really take to break down the spirit of the South African people, right, and accept color revolution or whatever. I think they're looking at it in terms of the job is already halfway done. The electrical infrastructure is already kind of screwed. The the other parts of the infrastructure are already falling apart. There's like half of our job has already been accomplished in South Africa, and I think that's why they think of it as the weakest link.
They will survive. Trust me, they will
Yeah,
survive.
sure.
We
also the
Africans,
smallest
we
country,
know.
right?
We Africans, we are used to this kind of bullshit. We don't have
But
bread. Okay, we're gonna drink water until we find bread.
But
Go
let's
to
But he's
also
India
also
or
the
Brazil.
smallest country among the five, right? Of the five core countries of the BRICS, is the smallest one. So it's very hard to put down a big country.
And it's the richest after Russia in resource. Don't forget that.
But let's
I
also not forget
I
the big
agree with
picture.
maybe if I can go just I agree with Bradley because the governing party in South Africa, I mean, I say we, but I mean it's our government, and they were the political party behind the government, which is the ANC. They were going bankrupt, and they had a huge hole to plug, and that hole was plugged after they lodged the ICJ case or the ICC case. And many critics within South Africa saying that they got money from Iran to plug that hole. And so maybe just to say this is that the black government within South Africa 40 years ago, 30 years ago, we have a much weaker government at the moment, much, much weaker. And it will be interesting to see if they would be able to withstand. I know they've already, in last week, rolled back the idea of renaming that street which the U.S. consulate is in. So they are starting to buckle under pressure, just to mention that. So yeah, I think Bradley is probably right on the money there.
That's interesting, right? If what you say is true, Iran gave money to South Africa so that South Africa will go after
not
Israel.
Iran.
Iran. So and then that attracted Israel to tell the United States to attack South Africa. We said, wow, one hell of interesting. And it does make sense though.
If you okay, go Prat.
Yes, I was saying that let's also not forget the big picture. I don't think South Africa, even the BRICS, is the big preoccupation of the United States at the moment. So let's also have some hope here. Yeah, okay, South Africa will have to survive without the US money. Sometimes it's not bad not to let money go that it's not ours. But the thing is that once the other points are much more focal for the US are solved, the Trump and the US administration will be smoother. I presume. I think they will be smoother with international affairs. So I don't think they will target South Africa really badly. This is just, in my perception, this is at the moment just part of what Von was describing and so on, which is the United States needs to cut spending. It needs to cut spending, and it's cutting everywhere. I think it was Nunez last time I was here. They was even trying to explain, guys, they are going for the national insurance and so on and so on. Wait, because this is nothing. So let them cut as much as they can, because after that, They really need to cut spending. Otherwise, the US will be in a very, very bad situation. Nevertheless, it is obvious that South Africa is not the preoccupation, or even the BRICS, it's not the major preoccupation of the US, especially when this approximation between the US and Russia already kind of solves the problem of the BRICS that Trump could perceive as problematic for him. Now he has a much bigger problem, which is the way that Canada is reacting to Trump in a very belligerent way. And on the other side, the fact that Europeans are rebelling in a way that even makes them almost enemies of the US. And this is a much bigger problem. And so I hope
the Europeans hate the Americans more than the Russians, trust me.
Prata, forget
Right
Canada.
now.
Prata, forget Canada. We have Nunyan here. He always cheering up when Trump says he's going to take over Canada. He wants United States to take over Canada. So,
Well, I mean, if
There
it's
is no-
decision is
there is no
decided
point.
between Trudeau and
Hold
Trump,
on. I never said that.
You are fake news.
Fake
This
news.
is how fake news starts. No,
But
we
trust
quote
me-
an anonymous source in the DPA Open Mic, claiming that Nunia actually wants to be an American.
he already got
No, you know,
passport
you know
anyway.
what I do? You know what I do if the tanks started rolling in? I would take the family, I would fly to my destination of choice, and then I would claim refugee status.
Do I?
And another thing too, with the other day there was a story here, from like the New York Times or something about, Pete Hegseth is going with Trump to see Trump to brief him on some super secret war plan with China. That's they try to make it sound like there's some thing in the motion, and Trump and them came out and denied it and said it was ridiculous. In which it is, because the day before that there was an announcement about in the terms of cutting costs, the United States is reducing its presence in Japan and not going forward with an expansion of presence. So that could be an overture in line with the prophecy to Xi, because there's been good talks and comments publicly by Xi and Trump to each other about making peace and working something out. So this could be another sign that there's something in the works, because reducing your presence and agreeing not to increase it anywhere else kind of reduces the status quo, and is obviously a good faith move. So maybe like I said, so there's obviously stuff going on, so there could be some serious de-escalation going on.
And someone really don't want this to continue to work out. They don't want the peace between China and United States. Someone is like making shit up. Like, I was like shocked when I first saw the news that they're gonna brief Elon Musk about secret war plans. And then when I saw the presser, you can literally see it in Pete Hegseth's his face. He's like, it's really genuine. Like, he just find it ridiculous. Like, it was totally not what they're talking about. You can see it's consistent with Donald Trump's. Donald Trump also consistently show the same kind of expression. It's like they find it very disgusting. The kind of disgusting face. So I do seems to trust that they really didn't do anything to that extent. And there's no point to talk up to Elon Musk about all these things. He's not the president, which is what the media trying to push. It's like, he's the shadow
Are
president.
you sure?
Right?
Are you sure?
Huh? Oh, I'm not sure. Sorry. This is
Yeah, what's he gonna
allegedly
do?
not the
Like,
president.
is he gonna provide like the Tesla bots for the invasion force of China, or something? Is that why he
Holy
had to
shit.
be there? But
Do you see the
that was
NVIDIA?
the point. It's like the day before there's a story about a de-escalation move, basically, and then the next day, oh no, there's a secret war plan. It's like, damn well there ain't. And the thing is you at least know that Xi and the Chinese military leaders, they all know that story was bullshit, because they literally had probably a conversation the day before about reducing Japanese, presence in Japan. So it's not like, 12 hours later, everyone we talked to changed their mind and gave a story to the Wall Street Journal or something.
Yeah, talking about robots, right? Do you see the NVIDIA robot? The one that would look like Wall-E with a walker? Holy shit. When I saw it, I was like, is this CG? It looks like computer graphic. You know, it doesn't look real to me. Oh my freaking
It
god!
doesn't look threatening though. It's like if I saw that, I'd be like, "Yeehaw!" Grab the pump shotgun and shoot the fucker.
No,
And look-
if they make it 10 times bigger, carrying 2 GPMG, you will think very differently, right? I can't believe you're gonna see Mech Warriors in our lifetime. Freaking hell! The developments of AI is so freaking fast. I can't keep up. Oh my god! And it's so real. The way how it moves, it basically look exactly like a Disney movie. You know, look like Wall-E. You know how it move. Oh freaking hell! It's so good.
And they made sure they sold it hard with all the R2D2 noises and shit, you know, and the jumping around like it was happy. And, you know, so the kids are like, yeah, I want a robot. I want a robot. You know, that way everyone loves the robot, even though it's Skynet.
I gotta get a no robot dog, the AI robot dog that will never shit and pee. I would like carry him. Just check out my cyber dog.
Isn't that popular in Japan already for a while?
No, but imagine they do it just like a real thing with the fur and everything that looks with all those Disney level animation. Oh my freaking god! Why would you ever want a real dog anymore? You don't have to clean the pee and shit. Just charge it, you know. Clearly shows that I have no dogs and cats at home.
Especially one that points to you.
Would you want like robotic police Malinois dogs?
No. I want robotic pretty girl.
Oh, I think they are doing it actually.
100%. I'm sure we're gonna see it in our lifetime within the next 5 years. You're gonna robotic sex doll that can walk and then can teach you programming, and then make breakfast for you.
Just wait, you'll see some old fat white guy walking through the streets of Thailand with some guy that walks past, you know, like this is me on a tour of, you know, the red light district. And you'll notice as you walk by that the skin isn't right or she doesn't have any like real face. And he'll be like, is that the first real live walking, talking sex doll? You know, spotted in Thailand or someplace. It'll be something like that. Because, I mean, that shit's going to be creepy, I think. I mean, especially if you can make one walk around. I think that would be crazy. To see a guy walking down the street with a fucking rubber skin sex doll that talks.
Oh my gosh, dude.
You know, I mean, that would be some crazy shit.
You're gonna put the like prostitutes out of a job.
There was this guy in Russia which had a kind of a rubber girl, and he wanted to marry her, and it was a blogger, but he was going with her everywhere, the doll, and pretending it was actually his wife. Well, there are people for everything.
Yeah, I saw another one. This guy used to do a Facebook page, and it was him, but he had his sex doll posed, and it was like her page, and she's like, "Oh, I can't wait for my man to get home." And it would be standing there at the dinner table with like a cooked meal, or it would be washing dishes. Like, I love to clean my house for my man.
That is so sad.
It was so fucking creepy, and it had to be a troll because it was like, because you know it's a sex doll, and her motto was she had like an American flag behind her and like something Trump, and it said, "I stand for the flag and kneel for Jesus," but it's a sex doll, so you're like, what the fuck? And and there's all these dumbass boomers and shit like, like they don't get it. I don't think they realized it was a fucking sex doll.
It's a doll.
It was funny.
But you have to imagine how powerful that robot is going to become. Imagine it's powered by something like ChatGPT kind of AI, where they are super smart, they can get anything you want, they can answer every question. And then now with hands and eyes, they are able to.
I don't know. See, I was thinking. Well, what if the power is it runs on AA's, and then what you have to do is you have to.
Well, if that's the case, buy stock in Duracell like right now.
Mormon style.
Your great grandchildren won't have to fucking work if they run on AA's. If you buy stock in.
But what Quiet is telling, it's quite possible. We have, if we look at Western societies, which are aging, and we have more and more aged people that need to be accompanied, to be cared of.
Assisted.
And there is a huge problem. Just to occupy that time. There is a huge problem. There are not enough care workers, and so this would be a great solution to have older people entertained, because
With
it is
sex
something-
dolls. How entertaining.
And company, right? Imagine you're
No,
old and then
but I
you're so
mean,
lonely,
no,
right?
but I mean,
But then
like
you're
you
gonna
have
have company.
nursing stuff, and
Company.
like change the bedpans, wash the laundry.
Like you don't want to go step foot into the nursing home of the future. You don't want to see what's happening in that future nursing home.
But Juan, it's not even about work. It's just to make entertain people, and I'm sure this is going
Oh
to
yeah,
happen.
it'll be really entertaining.
100%. Very
Well, think about it.
entertaining.
You could have like a barbershop choir show up, like Chuck E. Cheese, Disney animatronics, and they sing songs for the old people and shit.
Yeah, except for like instead of
And then you can have
like
sex
electric
with them.
guitars,
And
they
then
have
you can
like
have sex
dildos.
with them.
Yeah, but the thing is that if you look at many, I know you guys want to be funny, and I'm trying to be serious. But the thing is that
It's very hard, because I can imagine, right? I go to the old folks' home, I walk in and saw Hillary Clinton.
Oh my gosh.
Because someone have a Hillary Clinton crush,
No, the
when they
first
were
thing you're gonna
younger.
do, you're gonna walk in, you're going to see like a Monica Lewinsky robot sex doll. You're gonna be like, oh my god, of course. I hope Monica Lewinsky's making tons of money off of her likeness being used in Bill Clinton's future, retirement home.
And then he bought two because he want Hillary too. That the Hillary from her 20s.
Right. He wanted to cheat on Hillary, so he gets a Hillary from her 20s so that he can cheat on her with Monica Lewinsky when he's.
And then they can act out. They can act out the whole scene. It's like, okay, now robots. No, you will now act out the scene in the White House.
yeah, dress and everything. So yeah, the nursing home of the future. You know what? Actually, I don't feel so bad now about thinking about growing old in the future. Maybe it's gonna actually be green pastures. Who knows?
Actually, it sounds exciting, right? Looking forward to that. That beautiful rainbow life.
Dude, you know what it reminds me of? I had there's this job I worked. It was like a technical support job, and there was one individual that was like in the class for it, and it was somebody that was obviously like maybe in their late 60s. They like lost their job that they had. They only have a couple more years left to finish their career or whatever it is, so they're just working here, right? And their eyesight was so poor that they would mistake people all the time. Like they would mistake one person for another person if the clothes were similar enough, and to the point where like they would think that this person that just walked by is this really attractive supervisor that we have, right? Meanwhile, it's somebody completely different. And that the fact that that individual with the horrible eyesight thinks it's them, they already they get excited. So it's like you can't even see. Maybe by the time you're like in your 80s, you won't even be able to tell if it's a rubber sex doll or not. Your skin is so leathery, you can't see and you can't feel that this is not even real boobs.
Could you use like AI with a robot that sat there with dementia patients that would constantly be able to keep up with their, and talk to them?
Yeah,
right.
That would be brilliant, right?
Imagine
that would be so brilliant.
Wow.
Yeah, you imagine how difficult it is to take care of old people. Now you have a 100% patient robot that will take all the shit, clean all the poo and urine, help to change, and all you need to do is just spend quality time with your parents. Then all the difficult things, that makes you very angry, you have the robot to do it. It's fantastic. And also super chat, Madeline say, have sent an email to avoid censorship, read it out. So the email is, can't wait to see robotic sex robot take their owners to court for rights and half the money. Would laugh my tits off, and they cost over $10,000.
Jeez. I mean, I don't know, man. You know what? $10,000. People will. If you haven't figured out by just surfing the internet.
How much does a divorce cost or a wedding? I mean,
I didn't even think about that. I'm just thinking about what does it take
free.
for somebody to pull out their credit card and give their credit card information because they want to see virtual boobs on a website. That happens all the time already. Imagine how much more powerful that drive will be if it's real life fake synthetic boobs. You don't want
just like cars, you'll have pre-certified, used, new. I mean,
This one's got a refurbished title.
No, and
Like new,
honestly,
only two
dang,
owners.
something don't feel right. I think they rolled back the odometer. You know.
Oh my god.
no, I
Jesus
really look forward
Christ.
to having such robots. In the sense that imagine I need workers. I don't need to hire workers. I just buy robots and be my workers. Help me
gotta-
do scripting. Help me do video editing. And they literally sit there, use the computer, and do.
Yeah.
Like,
And if you don't like drive your sex workers too hard, you won't have to change the clutch after every, you won't have to change the transmission.
Well, Bradley is completely fascinated by a porno sex doll.
Yeah, but the
but-
future. Now I can all of a sudden I can see what the future of nursing homes was like. Because you remember those stories. I remember those stories about, the nursing home staff walked into a bunch of old people in the like dining room trying to have an orgy, and it didn't go successfully, right? Like, ha ha ha. Oh, you know what? That's funny, but you know what? That's how much more funny it will be when you walk into that nursing home dining room and you're going to find no, they are having the orgy. The sex robots have now facilitated to the fact where you actually walked in on it. Who's laughing now? I bet it's the old people. So you know what? I think that we're in for a fascinating future.
The city where I live in, Leipzig, there is a lot of residence for old people. Mostly people from other federal states of Germany. And because their families don't care about them, they actually come to the east of Germany where it's cheaper. And I know a lot of those people. There are some are my clients, and we speak to them. And those people are abandoned. The family comes once a year when so much. And I think it will be. I see that in a very positive development, because there are not enough care workers for this.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. You could have them fill in the crap jobs, and like I said, seriously, you could actually have robots sit there and talk to people or tell stories.
Exactly. Just
and
fallen and I can't
or
get up.
sing songs and stuff. Like you said, basic entertainment and then basic maintenance of the building, and maybe you have like one or two real doctors on staff and a couple real nurses that make sure, and maybe the biggest expense is the IT kid that makes sure the robots work and don't break down.
It's fantastic, right?
Yeah, because
And we have talked so much about sex
then
dolls.
you would be able,
attracted Jesus
if
here.
you use robots like that. Well, think about it. If you use robot like that, then you'd be able to provide more care because you'd have more humans to spread out that could control robots that could go out and give people checkups or set up a hospital.
Vaughn, you sound like somebody who says that they read the Playboy magazine for the articles. Think about how great it would be if in the future there were just sex dolls everywhere. They could do all this.
I mean, you can have sex dolls, but you can have all dolls. I mean, the robot that works at the Ford plant, you're not going to have sex with it. It's going to rip you apart.
I think you should be more preoccupied not with your sex dolls, but if you be able to buy Viagra after a certain age. Because that will mess with your heart and you might die from it. You can't always buy Viagra, don't worry. Not the sex doll.
But I mean, think about it. It would be easy to have these robots do multiple tasks.
Because you're not over 70 now. Wait until you are 70, then you will need it.
But what about no? I'm saying the sex dolls don't need Viagra. I'm saying the sex dolls don't need Viagra.
Is the woman that will demand you to take Viagra? The robots will not demand you to take Viagra.
Yeah, even the robots don't even mind. The robots don't care exactly. I think we're in for a bright future after all.
Yeah, you can see why I'm so excited about all these developments. It's like, oh, this is also great. This is fantastic.
But what
I hate to be a party pooper, guys, but I'm thoroughly disappointed of the debauchery and decadence of this conversation.
Let's fucking move on.
You should complain about Bradley, but let me tell you something.
It's my fault. Okay, it was my fault. Sorry.
The sexual drive. The sexual drive was not created for thus, it's reproduction, it's not recreation, okay? You guys are completely disregarding the philosophical implications of such a dystopic reality you're describing. Like imagine the chronicle solitude, the lack of like, because human interaction is difficult. That's why we have reward systems that can, and there's a lot of movies about it also. There's a like all of these reward systems that we feel like love, you know, oxytocin and all this stuff. That's so that we can endure the difficulties of interacting with people, but that difficulty is also the reward. And so if you can like just leave behind all the difficult parts and just enjoy the good stuff, then your entire psychological structure can fall apart. You guys like, I understand it might be necessary for like this generation of people, like our generation. When we turn old, there's going to be such a loneliness epidemic because there's so few people having children, and so a lot of old people are going to be all alone in their old age, and so much single people that have no couple, no spouse to accompany them in their old age. So it's probably going to be necessary, but imagine how that's going to increment this disaster that's happening right now with our society and its psychology. To have this artificial replacement of what should be human interaction is going to be catastrophic. It's
not, Gabriel, because we're already living the catastrophe. What I was trying to.
Well, Gabriel's right. You're right. We are social media. We already are.
Because what we have, it's old people left alone in those houses, suffering, and trying. And I have a person I know. She calls me almost twice a day, and I can't pick up the phone because I have to work. But I understand her suffering, and there are many people like that. And it is horrible because their families don't care, and this is the modern societies. And I think, like Von was saying, you kind of are able to with this type of new technologies to entertain people for a while, so that when a real physical person comes by, it's there for everybody, and you don't. Yeah, because I think the suffering of old people right now, it's unbearable. We have to consider that.
It's like the issue with social media. Like the social media has come to replace actual social interaction. And what good is it? Do you think? Yeah, exactly. And do you think it's better? You know, like, oh, people are lonely, so let's give them social media, and now they're more lonely. You know, like so. Yeah, you guys are assuming that the robot is gonna be able to replace the actual bond, you know, like this actual psychological need of people, and it won't. It's like social media. It's gonna be an artificial implant that is never gonna fulfill the need.
What if you start out in like with people with severe dementia, and the robots are just taking care of their, like, changing their diapers and taking care of them, and there's a few human staff that provide like hands-on medical care, but these people are so far gone that the rubber skin robots that talk to them and tell them stories, or they see singing a song while they're in their wheelchair, they don't, you know, it's not, and I'm not trying to be creepy, but it's not like you can't put heat things under the skin, so if they did touch it, it would feel warm, and they might think it's a person, and they're like 90 years old, so it's not like they're aware of rubber skin Terminators and shit. I mean, stuff like that. I mean, they don't have to see the robot that changes their diaper, but if they see the animatronic 3-man band up there singing old songs that they like, and that makes them happy, then why wouldn't you do that?
Yeah,
I mean, especially if it's cheap and easy to do.
I think that we understand, Gabriel, that this is a counterfeit, but what we're saying is that there is a place for the counterfeit as well. You know, there's the non-genuine product of like the genuine human being that is there to actually listen and to actually care about what it is that you're doing. People have long chats with ChatGPT about their psychological like problems, right? So it's
definitely.
It's a counterfeit.
It's creepy as fuck.
It's a counterfeit, right? But what you're trying to do is you're trying to not have to deal with it. You're trying to meet a base minimum requirement so that your old mom or grandpa who's in the nursing home that you aren't in a position to care about, or you aren't in a financial position, or you don't have the time to do that. You know that they're some base level of need is being taken care of. At least they got some old people social media and they're talking to each other. At least they got animatronic robots, something like that. Yeah, it's never going to be better than the real thing, I think.
No, but my point is that there's a lot of the technological world has a lot of substitutes to actual needs that are definitely useful for those extreme cases that you and Vaughn have talked about. But my point is that once that, like, it's a slippery slope. Once that is introduced, then it becomes like a social thing. It becomes like an institution in of itself, and it's gonna boom, and so it's gonna increase that same problem that it came to fix originally.
Well, you gotta have a society and a culture that has a moral base that doesn't allow that to become the norm.
Yeah, so like I'd say that it's better. It's better for some people to suffer that like isolation than for it to be able to massify and spread over to every person. Because now there's a counter.
I think it's unavoidable, man.
That's not the technology's fault. That's the people who can't control themselves' fault.
Well, it's not the technology's fault.
So what I predict is that, imagine you can get this bot. You can get it as pretty as you want, look like whoever you want, and then you're going to be as smart as possible. You can listen to everything you want to tell him to do, tell her to do. They can make coffee for you, make meals for you, whatever. You will be hard pressed. I think what I predict the problem is going to be like, people will not want to get married, or they will divorce. A lot of the cases.
Yeah, exactly.
Because
it's
they
much
have
easier.
Board. Yeah,
to have a slave.
You don't have to fight with it. You don't have to deal with it. It will listen to you. I think this is what I predict is going to be the problem. But of course, then some of them will actually, some of the guys will eventually suicide, I think, because once they actually accidentally, do something to the bot, and then the bot break down, and then reset, and then realize everything is gone, then all the love is all fake. If you guys watch Westworld, in Westworld, that's what happened. Where the guy, he fall in love with the robot, and then the robot actually got reset to his routine. And then you realize that the robot, all the special bond is actually all fake. Then the person is gone. Like it will be.
Yeah, there's.
No, it's like your mobile. If you lose all your data in your mobile nowadays, it's pretty much the same. But but Gabriel, I think one of the discussions we are having here is because Gabriel and also Fred, they come from very young societies, and so these problems are not yet there. And we are talking about Western society problems, which is the ones like I'm sure in Singapore has the same thing, aging population. Portugal has a very aging population. Germany has a very aging population. I presume Switzerland as well. The US is going in that direction, and so these are our problems that we have to survive. The other reason I think the AI, and this is important to make a distinction. You see, there are people and there are people. And some people will be glad to have that little bit that AI and robots will be able to provide to them, and that will be satisfactory. And there are people that won't be happy with that and will want more. And also, let's understand, this is like young kids. Young kids nowadays, they learn how to play with the mobile extremely fast. And when they are, I notice sometimes with my nephews, which were born with the mobile, and I just got my first one when I was 19, and they were like those bricks that just could make calls, and that was it. And how things are different.
And break heads.
You can also play Snake. You can play Snake too.
They are
they can make calls and break heads.
They are extremely sensitive to those things. I'm sure the new kids will understand the difference between a real person and a robot, because it will be in a much more intuitive way.
My God, Prata, that's so naive of you. Like, kids can use phones easily because phones are the easiest thing in the world to do. It's like, it's not that they're gifted with an extreme ability to use technology. The technology gets more and more simple to use, and so it drains the capacity from any actual skill, from any actual capability, and so they end up depending 100% on the phone. And that's exactly what's going to happen with artificial interaction, both with the
You
AI
have no choice.
and with even more so with like actual humanoid, realistic robots. So
try to go to Japan. Try to go to Japan and try to learn Japanese. Try to be 6 years old and go to Japan, and they will learn the language in 1 or 3 months. The ability of young people to understand new technology, new language, and because AI is a language. On the end.
I will reflect this upon like over 100 years ago when industrial revolution is still early, when most of the world is actually still farming. You're still mostly farmers, and we still rearing livestock. And then they will be having this same conversation, right? They were saying that this industrialization, everybody now works in a factory, nobody know how to farm. Is it really good for them? They don't even know how to chop down the trees. Is it really good for them? Then it's like using all these machines and all this. Then today it's like using all these machines is normal, like and then now we're talking about AI. In another 100 years, it's like everything will be done by AI and robots. Nobody needs to work. They would nobody would think about why do you want to work?
The problem with that, Wyatt, is that if that's the case, then there's no need for humans. No,
this is the exact reason
like
why Elon Musk is crazy about going intergalactic, because it's like human race will go towards extinction if we stay on this planet. This is what his argument was. This is why he argued for intergalactic travel. Humans need to be multi-planetary. We need to get out, because if we stay, I think this, like what you say, is true. That human beings will become pointless, and nobody needs to work.
Obsolete. Nobody needs to work means that nobody needs workers. Yeah. And if nobody needs workers, then there's no need for people. And we see that happening in real time. Like people, as they get more comfortable lives and more comfort in all sorts of ways, they lose the drive. They lose the drive to survive. They commit more suicide. They have less kids. They get dementia faster because they're not stimulating all their capacities because they have so easy lives. And so all these old people in the past that said, oh, the machines are ruining people, they were right. And it's still
it's like the mice experiment, right?
Exactly.
They have the mice, and then you have
you
start to have the beautiful mice, right? And then you have the beautiful mice, and then eventually they will still all die out. I think this is exactly what I'm talking about. Like if we don't go into we don't go towards the world of the Star Trek, then we're all going to die out eventually. That's what I think.
I think it's upgrade that's coping.
I think upgrade.
Well, wasn't that the theme of Star Trek?
Yeah. Star Trek is a utopia also, right?
Yeah, Star Trek is a communist utopia in the future. That's what Star Trek is. Communist utopia on a ship.
It's a liberal. It's a liberal open society utopia. And it makes the assumption
it's a post-scarcity society with
the free market utopia.
Yeah, basically you don't
need to work.
Right. So the reason why you work, for example, the reason why you're the captain is because that's what your passion is and that's what your calling is, not because you need the money. So it's kind of a post-scarcity communist society. But I mean, most of the time it's on a military ship. So, but anyway, I think it's upgrading coping waiting to speak.
Go on.
Yeah, I think also with more time goes by, more we have technology to our disposal, the more the human quality is also gonna play a big role, I think, because people lose more and more this human interaction type of thing. You can see it clearly. People, like said before, right? There's more depression. There is more suicides and stuff like that. And that's not because the world gets more technologically advanced or something like that. It's because we're losing the connection between each other. because we're getting distracted with this kind of stuff, because we're constantly on our phones, we're constantly watching TV, we're constantly with this tool which enhances our life greatly, yes, but we're still humans, we're still like animals. Basic instincts is still to be together, to do things together, to have a certain how should I say, relation between each other. And if more this goes away, more you see that the society goes crazy, because we always had this and we always will have this inside our bodies, that we need to drive to be together and do things together. And even if robots are coming, like in most movies, right, about this utopia, the robots get emotions too, all of a sudden, right? They get the emotions too, and then it's difficult because we have the emotions, they have the emotions, how we deal with it, how we cope with that. And I think maybe it's good to go to other planets, but before we go to other planets, maybe try to think and figure out how we solve our issues with our emotional instability, because we have a lot of it in our modern day. Coping, you are next, right?
I believe so. I have usually issues with the headset. You guys hear me well?
We hear you.
Okay,
You're a little
awesome.
bit scratchy.
So I just wanted to. Okay, I'll try. I'll try to be. So a couple of things here. The AI black hole. We have gone into that one before, and it boils down to if the AI is able to make its own decision or not. If it's able to make its own decision, then it's like Gabriel said, we are rendering ourselves obsolete. But if it's not able to make its own desires, it makes its own mission, and that's usually where, like what Bigatti said, and he worked with programming, and he said that's a really far distance away. It's not that easy. Now, whether Bigatti was right or not, it doesn't really matter. The point is that if it happens to be the case that we are still quite far away from an AI that can operate and make its own desires, then what's going to happen is that the machines, the AI, is going to be making a lot of works and a lot of job obsolete, just like how industry did, just like how a car obsolete, but it's just going to be that much more dramatic, especially for the blue collar workers. But it ultimately will need someone, right? It's what we may risk. It has become a government upon the government. So we have the illusion of the democracy in front of the oligarchy, the ruling class, as we are all familiar with. But instead of that, now we have it in an extra iteration. That's what we can expect. As for life quality, Gabriel was pointing out something, and it kind of goes a little bit back to what he actually used as metrics for defining the well-being of a society. This goes back to this when we were talking about the meaning of life. So what Gabriel said there was that there are three metrics, and I happen to agree with him. Are you guys hearing me still? Yeah, so the three metrics was: one, birth rates; two, this turns out to be generally true, and they also are interconnected. So if you have a high birth rate, you have parents, you don't only have lonely child, they have many children. So they might be a little bit easier. We have a future, and we got just do what we can, right? But if you have only one kid, you're going to be a little bit more disinclined to be giving that child away for war, especially if it is if you're already in contentious belief, right? So the metrics overlap with each other. Now this goes a little bit back to what you guys were talking about earlier, AI and fornication, because that's essentially what you guys are talking about, right? Birth rates and AI. Now I've been listening to some frog beats lately here, West African frogs, and they're kind of pretty cool because they make a different sounds and they come to different orchestra and symphony, but that's besides the point. The point here, if you think about it, humans, they use a wingman, maybe, for example. Maybe you have a buddy to help you kind of cater over the lady to your side or something like that. But what do these frogs do? They get together, all the guys, and just trying to get like the best rhythm, the best beat, and as loud and possible as they can. They boast that they, like a whole bunch of guys, imagine this, a whole bunch of guys getting together to try to make the best possible choir to shout out the loudest and proudest that they are ready to fornicate. That's all they do. And it has worked. Okay, these are the rhythms of evolution. It is fornication that made us. Exactly, but it is true for all organisms, right? It is fornication is the churning every sound, whatever it makes of noises, whatever motion it takes, whatever facade it needs for its courtship, it does not matter. The point is that fornication is the root, the churning, the constant churning of evolution. So, this may seem like just gratuitous sexualization of the open mic, but I'm actually getting to a point. The demographic, look, if you want, you need to find a culture, right? You need to find a replacement that makes you want to, shall we say, be fruitful and multiply. This is why Toby gets on, right? And this is why Mr. Lambo, by the way, I'm going to take a little bit from, like, Mr. Lambo, he's kind of like a traitor to you know, we are equipped the way we are, and we should find good women material so we can pop out a lot of babies, right?
Right.
You're cutting in and out a little bit.
Oh.
I might be breaking up. But just remember, fornication is behind everything you do. Yes, that's why you said Monica Lewinsky and Hillary Clinton in their younger ages as sex robots. Yeah? Fornication is behind everything we do. Imagine how many political decisions were taken just for the sake of fornication. Right? So you are what you fornicate. If you fornicate a goat, then you're like a jihadi, right? Like it's kind of a term. If you fuck a fjord, then you're Norwegian, right? Like okay. So I'll just leave it right there because my connection is pretty bad. Also, the only reason I came by here, finally, there's one thing I have to say. There was only one, because we're on the 2-hour interlude, more or less, on the open mic, and I thought I'd just come with the wholesome interlude. That's why I'm a little bit lewd, so I can make the rest of you guys so good.
Stream.
And remind you guys to lick this stream. You must lick this stream. That is what we say. And you know, you can be a part of the conversation. Most of those people.
Oh, is he saying the wrong thing?
He's gone.
See, I got him.
He's gone.
You're too enlightened.
Whatever, regulars and so forth.
I just going to pop in for 5 minutes because I'm almost at my party. You hear me, huh?
Yeah.
I am very mad at you all talking about sex robots without me. Shame on you all. Shame on you all. For daring to talk about Monica Lewinsky, robotic AI girl without me. How dare you? Oh,
no.
I thought you were going to talk about the F-16.
No.
There's shame with you.
Have all big fun. I hope you're going to talk about the F-34. That is actually already for a long time existing.
47. 47.
Already, 47, yeah. So yeah, guys, have a good open mic, and I'm going to drink on you all a good Belgian beer.
Yeah, help me drink.
Cheers to that, right, Lambo. And they weren't shaming themselves without you. They were shaming themselves with you, like stooping to your level. No, but to Coping's point, I just want to add a little thing that the frogs, when they're making that super noisy choir of sex ritual, they're exposing themselves tremendously because there's tons of predators for frogs. Like, they're a very vulnerable animal, and they make the loudest noise, and like to call mates, they risk their lives in a absolutely irrational way. Like they're calling as loud as they can to all four winds, and every predator.
Dude. I mean, you've done some crazy shit for some pussy.
Well, yeah, I mean, think
and that's my point.
We almost died for some. We all probably have somehow.
And that's exactly my point. That like it's such a fundamentally it's the essential drive of every living creature And therefore, if you can supplant that with an easy fix, like pornography, for example, that's a good example of that. But even more so, if it's more realistic, then you'll destroy the drive, the courage, the valor, every impulse in man, every will to thrive and to surpass themselves and overcome. You'll destroy that, because it's going to be
Yeah, I
too
mean, I
easy.
agree with that. I was just saying, like, you can use that technology for legitimate purposes, like medical, and like we were talking about. I'm not talking about sending sex robots to fuck old dudes in nursing homes. I'm talking about, here's your food, here's your medicine, your bedpan's clean, your bed's made. Here's the
Oh, yeah.
animatronic Chuck
It's
E.
just that-
Cheese playing a banjo for you while you eat dinner. Everybody's
It's just
happy.
that we know people, and we know that there's no way it's going to
it's
be
going to
done
happen.
without. Yeah.
I mean, well, think about it. There's going to be a guy down the street that has a sex robot shop that makes a deal with the intern to bring him in on Friday night for a few grand. Let the old guys have some fun.
Yeah.
I mean, that's going to
Yeah,
happen.
yeah,
but
but
I'm just saying,
Capitalism.
the technology.
Somebody will make money on it. 100% they will.
Yeah, there's plenty of useful, good things you can do to fill in gaps, like for instance,
Yeah,
the
but
medical field. Just as
my
far as
my
basic
answer
care.
to that, Vaughn, what I was answering to that, Vaughn, essentially is that some fixes are worse than the problem. And like all of these technological developments that have, like, quote unquote, improved our lives, both in the material world, like the cell phone or internet, but also ideologically, like in psychology and psychiatry. They were implemented for a good reason, for a noble cause, but they end up destroying humanity and depriving it of more of its own soul. And by soul, I mean like the foundation, the primal drive that motivates his will and his overcoming. And therefore, if we continue on this path of making life easier and more comfortable, we're going to end up destroying humanity. And I'm not saying that because we can do something to avoid it. I'm just saying that as a caution to each and every one of you who are listening, to, like, everything that improves your comfort needlessly is destroying your soul. Keep that in mind.
There's no doubt that technology has outpaced the human kind of like psychological development and evolution and society. But I think one important, sorry. So
but this is also why we need Jesus. he came down, and bring us back to the right path.
Yeah.
So that we stop fantasizing so much.
Well, I mean, it's not even. It's true that technology has already far outpaced human development. But number one, it's not going to stop, right? Anybody that thinks that, oh well, the competition between making the next, it's not okay. The people that are going to put in the money to be able to have a walking anthropomorphic kind of human style 2 legs robot that can clear obstacles, and all that other stuff. There are many reasons that exists, right? But there's no way that even, and we can see it right now, like as you were saying, right? How destructive has pornography been to many societies, right? Like the Japanese people having babies fell off a cliff, right? And but that doesn't stop the fact that it's going to just like keep happening, because that's what people are going to do. And of course, there's multiple reasons for that, right? The internet was developed originally for defense industry purposes and stuff. But inevitably, horny humans are going to take videos of themselves and their junk, and they're going to share it on this whatever. It's just going to happen. So yeah, there's probably we probably have to have a very serious and important discussion about how we address these extremely important issues with our society. It's like, and there's even a philosophy that perhaps biological life forms are nothing more than a bootloader for AI eventually, and that's just the way it has to be. But yeah, it's we're not psychologically and equipped by evolution, to deal with these issues already as is, and it's only going to get worse. Go ahead, Upgrade.
Yeah, I don't think it's just because of what you mentioned that people don't get children. It's also because there's a certain fear factors from people that if you get kids, you actually gonna destroy the planet, and that's gonna be your fault. And this culpability theory was thrown out at the young people, and brainwashing that if you get kids, you're actually destroying the humankind. And also, let's not forget also that with all the inflation going on and the stagnation with wages, it's also pretty hard to have more than 2 kids. So if you have already 2 kids and you can financially support them, then you're already doing a great job. Trust me. But if it's already that hard to just maintain yourself by yourself, to just pay bills, to just pay rent, and then your imagination is not going like, oh, I want to have a wife, I want to have kids, I want to have. If it's not even possible for you to pay your basic, needs, then it's quite difficult. And plus, people get brainwashed at young age. Like I said, that the entire planet is getting destroyed because you're making babies. So that's a big
Sure.
fact.
There are many reasons I think that Western societies and more like richer, more liberal societies have fewer kids. I think there's a lot of different factors that go into that, but I think there's no doubt that already the state of technology is already in a position to damage people a lot, right? As social media addiction is a thing, right? People being addicted to their cell phones is the thing. Like, we can make drugs so powerful that like a microgram can kill you, like, carfentanil. Like, the level of our technology and the way for us to fool and squeeze our brain pleasure centers in any way we seem fit in order to get whatever we need from it, it's far greater than our capacity to cope with these things. I mean, our brain and taste buds are still wired to try to get as much sugar as they can, because sugar is such a hard thing to come by in nature, right? Meanwhile, you can buy candy and completely
Exactly.
fill your teeth with. So
yeah, I would say
Oh,
sorry.
I was just thinking whether we want to change topic, but Gabriel, you can continue.
Okay.
Oh yeah, we can definitely change topic, and I was going to do that also. But I just wanted to say before changing topic that to Bradley's point about being the forebearers of this greater thing, this wonderful superior intelligence and technology that would be the general AI. I'd say that, like, first of all, let's not be too quick to abandon ourselves like that, like to discard ourselves as something inferior to what will come. I think it's important to surpass ourselves, and that even mankind is something that can be surpassed, but it's not something that can be overleaped. Like, if we invent something that is greater than us, like in the sense of capable of rendering us obsolete, that is not to say that it can be something that is superior to us in the sense of having a richer experience. Maybe it's just the most abject form of slavery, or even the whatever form of consciousness or awareness that the general AI has. We cannot disregard the complexity of our own existence as to say, oh, if it can make better equations or destroy more things, then it's better, because our experience is too rich for that. We have all these emotions and feelings and sensibilities that make us aware enough to survive in such a multifaceted, infinite environment we exist in. Therefore, like, the richness of our experience is what allows us to survive, both in will and in capabilities. And if you create a machine that works automatically, yeah, it can mine its own resources and build its own body. But if it doesn't have the richness of experience, then it's doomed to failure, because it cannot improvise as sensibly as a living organism can. We can create a fake that is similar to us and that acts better than us, but that doesn't mean it's actually better than us. So don't be too quick to discard. And to finish this, I'm going to make a differentiation between technology and anti-technology. So, like, every time a new system, a better mechanism, a more complex engineering gives you more self-sufficiency Then it is technology, like learning how to string a rope and make a bow and start a fire or make a wheel, even making your own forge and industry. That's technology because it gives you autonomy. And we can discuss if it's positive or negative, but then there's something else that is anti-technology, okay, which is everything that deprives you from your capacities. You know, it takes away autonomy from you. Like what you said earlier about the cell phone, like people having cell phone addiction. And something interesting that I noticed I can't remember which one of Putin's speech, he talked about like inscribing in law in the constitution the preservation of the human soul, which I thought was absolutely fascinating as a concept because there's all these things happening in the world and no one attests to it, but it's happening, and it's the deprivations of our soul, that which reduces our relevance in our own life and ends up turning us obsolete. And therefore, like the fact that some nation is aware of this, I think it's a massive leap of like collective awareness or consciousness. You know, like there is a nation, there is a government that is actually saying, no, we have to preserve the soul because it's being attacked. And so I wanted to use that to pivot to like the level of thinking in certain government organisms in the world that is absolutely remarkable in the sense that it can perceive the world such as it is happening beyond like the political rhetoric of the cliches that politicians always say. And it was really interesting to see how Putin was talking to these industrialists after the phone call with Trump, telling them that don't expect any improvement in relations to the West. You know, like, so on one hand, he's saying, look, we're having a great time having better relations with the US. Thank you for communicating. Thank you for all your effort. We're totally on board with you. We're your friends now. And then on the other hand, he goes to the industrialists and says out loud in front of the TV that, look, nothing's going to change here. We're going to continue as we are because that's a basic situation. And, you know, we're doing all this nice talk, but it's actually, we know in the bottom of, we know in our strategic thinking that this isn't going to change, that, you know, we're just trying to maintain the situation as balanced as possible. And so, like, what do you guys think is Russia's strategy that makes it like try to improve relations with the West, like at least figuratively on the TV?
Well, I don't know. I think that
what is their thinking behind?
I think the Russians did not anticipate the Americans making this overt kind of overture to try to rebuild somewhat of a relationship. And I think for the most part, most Russians they don't trust it very much. And it's just said out loud that the maximum that you can get is a 4-year deal with the Americans anyway, so it doesn't really matter that much. But yeah, definitely they're already didn't expect this. I don't think it changes the reality on the ground. I don't think that it changes the fact that the Russians are going to have they're going to win the war, and they basically are in a position to set the terms. That's why even the ceasefire terms that the Russians agreed to were, you know, not the original terms that the Ukrainians were hoping for. So,
oh yeah, fuck them.
It's not going to. The Russians are tentatively like trying to see what they can get out of this, but I don't think that they are going to give up their. There's definitely something that they do want from the Americans, but they would give something for very, very strong, legitimate, ironclad, written in, you know, in stone. Agreements about, you know, NATO not expanding and doing all this other kind of stuff and legitimizing Russian gains in Ukraine and saying, okay, fine, we're going to agree that Novorossiya is now going to be officially blah, you know, that, and so is Crimea. But then, you know, I'm sure you could get the Russians to budge on certain things there, but overall, I think they're in a position where they understand that they're winning the war on the ground, and the reason why a deal has to be made is because we're desperate to get out. So that's so clear. It's so obvious. It's obvious to us. It's got to be much more obvious to Putin.
Absolutely. Can't hear you, Wyatt. You're muted.
Yeah,
Wyatt, you're
I
muted.
mute myself. Shit. I was unmute. I was unmute and I mute myself to talk. So I think the Russians know that what the Americans do is not going to change Ukraine plan for now, because the Europeans are fully backing Ukraine. So I think that's why Russia is just being very pragmatic about it. It's like that's why they keep thanking Donald Trump for his efforts, but Russia is going to continue to do what they've already planned to do until substantial change happened in Europe. Because I think for now Ukraine clearly still want to fight. Like, no, they agree, oh, we will not hit the energy infrastructure. Immediately they bomb another gas station. It's like, okay, So even though Moscow already put out a statement saying that, yeah, you see the hypocrisy about this. So, yeah, I'm not going to see the end to that. Actually, just now when Lambo was still around, I wanted to change topic to F47, but let him say something about F47, but he left, so too bad. Oh, you're muted, Bradley.
I just pulled away. I'm curious to see if they say that apparently the project is in a much more mature, further along developed state than anybody is expecting. So it's actually for real,
Yeah.
for real. It makes me wonder. I mean, I'm sure that it must be. I'm sure we have to be developing something because I don't think the F-35 was everything that we needed it to be. What I'm also curious about is how serious is the Su-75 checkmate as well? Like, are these all serious projects?
The 57, Su-57.
No, the 75, the checkmate, the one that's supposed to be getting built in India.
Oh.
Like,
Yeah,
apparently
I think the India one is the same, right? It's also Sukhoi 57. It's just like a slightly variant. It's the same plane, I think.
They're
it's
also
Pak
Yeah,
Far,
it's the Sukhoi 75. Did you? Yeah, what I've heard is that it's not a sixth generation airplane. It's like it's a commercial export. It's an export. It's a small plane. First of all, it's not like the 52, I think it is, which is
it's a smaller
big.
one.
It's more of a
plane.
It's more like a strategic, advanced fifth generation that has like extremely elegant aerodynamic solutions. The next one, the 72 or 75 is like an export model, a small flanker export model. So it's not the same thing.
I already forgot about this 75. So I think 75 is like the F-16 versus the 57, which is like the F-15. So they will have both, but like they have slightly different roles. So
well, that's what the idea is. Well, that's what I want to know. Like, I want to know the 75 because recently I saw that it's been redesigned. So they redesigned the shape of the wings a little bit. So that means I don't know. Does that mean that work is going on, or does that mean that work is not as far along as we thought? And I'm not an engineer. I have no idea if something like that is a major shift that shows you that.
No, it's not. What the Russians are doing, they're pursuing a different doctrine. Like, I haven't seen the sixth generation plane of the Russians. So like they're more like on a modular path
the Make 41,
in which they can like adapt the aerodynamics and the avionics and to higher technology, because the whole thing about the sixth generation is like it's an absolutely net-centric system. That's like the emphasis of having like a very interconnected. That's the whole concept of the sixth generation, and China's pretty advanced in their idea of like, well, this is all I'm kind of paraphrasing things that I've seen in Millennium 7, Gus's channel, which is super good, and he's talked about the NGAD, the 47, the F47 that Wyatt was talking about earlier. And so, yeah, it's definitely a project that has been ongoing, and they were competing for the bid of American Air Force. And now, like what Trump has done is confirmed that the NGAD is a go. Like that's what's going to be their project for the sixth generation. And so it is a project that is ongoing. It has been for several years. And it's their solution to the next generation of aerial warfare. Russians apparently, like what I can see of their idea, is that they're more on the like electronic warfare and like long range missile systems than this whole net centric. I think that they see that as a liability. That when you have strong interference, the net centricity of a system becomes kind of inoperant, you know, like so. There's different there are different doctrines at work, so that's why I think that the Russians haven't exposed a sixth generation. But go on, Wyatt, you wanted to say something.
So basically, my my understanding is that the Russian sixth gen program, that's like maybe the MiG-41, which is like the interceptor sort of thing. And yeah, you're right. Very important to point out that different armies and different air forces have a different requirement for their fifth as well as their sixth generation, as well as whatever equipment. It doesn't even matter. Like the F-16 is a different airplane than the MiG-29 because the Soviets had a different requirement. So yeah, that's very important to keep in mind. The Chinese, for example, their sixth generation airplane supposedly is going to have 3 engines. But the thing is, I have no doubt that the Chinese are pretty far along on their program. Like they've just been releasing aircraft and like at a shocking pace. You know, like what have we done here in the United States? We've done the F-35, and before that we did the F-22, and maybe upgraded the F-15 and the F-16 a little bit. The Russians have been updating their Su-27 and their MiGs. Yeah, they have the Su-57, but how long it was very, very long in development, right? It was the Pak-5 supposedly. And anyway, so those programs took decades to get going. But all of a sudden, the Russians pull out the Su-75 checkmate supposedly, and that's supposed to be going, you know, that's why I'm so curious. Like, how serious and how far along are these programs, or is this just more marketing? Because just like this, out of nowhere, it's going to be that fast.
I think it's for sale. I think it's more like 57 Sukhoi 57 is a bit too advanced and probably too expensive. And like nobody want to sell their best plane. It's like until today, United States haven't sold the F-22. F-22 is only operating with United States, no one else. So I think Russia might be thinking about the same thing. Like they supposed to have something, with Sukhoi 57 with India. Then India pull out. So then they have to do it on their own. And
I'm pretty sure they did already sell some to, I don't remember, I think Albania maybe, somewhere. They've already sold.
No, they sold
orders.
They agreed with
Algeria.
Algeria.
Okay, Algeria.
Yeah, so I think this 75 is like they're just trying to create a model that is cheaper to sell rather than the 57 is a bit maybe too big a plane. I think that might be the reason why they come up with that. I don't think the Russians will depend too much on it. Like they don't need that. No, I think it's not very necessary for them. But I feel like it's just shocking. Like you say, everyone takes so many years to develop their planes. Like even the Chinese, all those planes, they copied the design from the Americans and they modify it to their own capabilities to develop it. They have the F-35 clone, then they have all the different planes clones, but then to me it's very shocking how fast the Americans developed the 6th gen, and now it's like straight go into production. It's super fast, and I think even the Russians is like probably shocked. It's like how are you gonna deal with this? In the next 5 years you're gonna meet with a 6th gen plane, and their Sukhoi 57 is not even in at the level of like becoming the mainstay of the fleet, and then the Americans is going to have 6th gens. So amazing stuff though.
Yeah, so that's what I wish to know. Like, how far along are these programs really? How far because we just saw with the 75 checkmate, right, which is supposed to be a less technological, like fifth generation airplane's supposed to be a lot cheaper. It's supposed to have one engine. It's supposedly supposed to be produced in India. I don't know, right? Maybe what it really is that they're kind of shopping around. Maybe they're talking about it, but it does seem to be on the back burner, because if they're updating public information about it and saying, here's the new wing plan or whatever, something must be going on there. Go ahead, Nanya.
Look, I'm just kind of worried. Okay, go on. Sorry. Go. I didn't see you.
Well, I think Bradley might be onto something. I think a lot of this is just marketing for several reasons. Number one, when I first heard about this new generation plane and I saw Boeing, I was like, really, guys, Boeing? I think
I was going to say the same thing.
Recent
I was going to say the same thing. Like, holy shit, it's Boeing.
And I think Boeing's in a whole lot of trouble as a going concern. And they need some good marketing, and they probably need some government orders, because there's a lot of companies around the globe who just aren't buying their planes right now. So, and that's really the only big, airline maker that the US has, right? So I think that there's a lot of marketing going into this. I think you're going to see this coming out of the Americans. You're definitely going to see it coming out of the EU. They need to justify all this spending with a nice shiny object, right? So I think over the next several years, you're going to be hearing all sorts of stories about the great wonder weapons that are being developed in Germany or the US or whatever, because they got to keep that justification going. So I kind of see this as just another one of those things. Like, I'm old enough to have gone through several cycles of this now. Like, it's marketing, it's the next big shiny object. That's all.
Yeah. How much money are they going to put into it before there's going to be no results, and more money is going to have to be put into it, and there's going to be even fewer results, and then 10 years later, that's what it looks more like to me. More like that. We'll see. I mean,
we should call in Gus. We should call in Gus.
Oh yeah.
So that we can discuss it with him. It would be great. From Millennium 7, he probably
knows everything about it. Probably dissected the wing plan, knows exactly how it's going to perform and what maneuvers it's capable of.
100% sure he's going to make a video on it, like, for sure. Like,
I was looking for it today. I was like, oh my god, he's gonna. I know he made one about the Kursk operation. And I was like, damn, it was interesting, but I was hoping he commented on the NGAD situation. But yeah, let's see, because
just think about how stupid Boeing has been. Their rocket failed.
No, I was super worried when I heard it was Boeing they did the contract to. I was worried because, like, damn, Boeing, like, at least Lockheed Martin did the F-22, which is a beast. It's an absolute Chad in the sky, and the F-35 has been all riddled with problems, and it doesn't have a good press.
But F-35 is just a weird project. Like, it's so much politics in it. They spread the production across United States. They make it very complicated, unnecessarily complicated. So this plane is very different. It's really designed to be efficient. And everything is designed in the computer. They tested within the computer systems. They tested all the physics, and then they just fly it. And they say that they have been flying it for 5 years. They tested a lot of technologies.
That's one thing that they said.
Which is shocking, right?
That they've already been flying it. But if you think about it, how many active projects that are in development that are maybe quote unquote you could say are being flown? A technology demonstrator could just mean that you stuffed something on a F-22, and
but you see, right, the difference is that all the high technology shit that America used to do, like the Zamwat, the destroyer, the capital ship, and then they have all these laser weapons. They are all still in R&D. They're still in the research phase. This one is literally given an order to production phase. So that makes the difference. They're now going into production. So I would say, we will know within the next 1 or 2 years, we're probably going to see the first production plane. within the next 2 years. Then we will know for sure. But for now, they don't even want to share with us the real shape of the or design of the plane. Everything is still very secretive. So they want to keep this under wrap, and then they want to shock the Russians and the Chinese by the time we come out. So
that sounds like a
it's
lot
gonna
of
be
marketing,
exciting.
man. Really, just like think
Or
about
it's
I
all
don't
what
know.
you just
bluster.
said. Yeah, think about how
Yeah,
much that sounds
it
like.
could just be, oh, the wizard is pulling the levers behind the curtain.
It's cardboard
More of
plane.
that.
Wait
Could be
till
that.
you hear. We've
Yeah.
already started
No,
working
but
on our
to be
Generation 7
fair,
plus fighter.
to,
The
to be
rockets are
fair,
going
guys,
to literally circumnavigate the moon and then come back to
for
Earth at
for
hypersonic
all
speed.
the no, but to be fair, guys, for all the bad press, for example, that the F-35 has gotten, um, and all the difficulties that it actually has, it has some pretty awesome capabilities as a fighter aircraft, and it has like the passive, this super next generation passive radar. That's a pretty awesome capability because you can detect things without being detected, and they have a bad range, but they have a lot of capabilities. And the thing is, like, for what doctrine of war is it designed? You know, that's the issue, because what we're seeing right now is a lot of very awesome capabilities, but that they're not designed for a peer competition. That's been the problem of the United States. It has great engineering and a lot of technology, but it has been designed to fighting against inferiors. And so how does it measure up to different doctrines? Like Russia has a very asymmetrical doctrine. Okay, so they're like, okay, the United States does this, and we're gonna do something much cheaper, but that can counter that in a different ways. And China is different. China does asymmetric developments and technologies, but it also does symmetric. So like what I was saying, the clone of the different airplanes, because they also want to like respond in the same way. So like as to measure up, but how effective is it going to be is something that has to be seen. Like I don't think they can actually change all the problems that they've been having in their technological, industrial, and doctrinal development. Because clearly, for example, the whole Ukraine situation is a massive miscalculation and a bad strategy, like wrong think. You know, like the guys aren't taking into account reality. And back to the whole situation of this conflict. There's this thing that like Brian Berletic has been talking a lot about the continuity of agenda, and like how the Russians shouldn't believe this new good relationship with the United States because they've done it before. Like Hillary Clinton actually did sort of reset the Russian relation. There's this video of her pressing the button with Lavrov, you know, and laughing, oh, we're friends now again. And it was actually fake. So that's happened before, and that definitely has to be in the calculation. So it's cyclical, like the United States becomes aggressive and starts encroaching, and then it's defeated in some way, and it pulls back, and it starts being your friend until they go back to attacking. But that's been failing consistently since Vietnam. It's been failing consistently, and even in their successes of Iraq and Afghanistan, in the end they had to pull out in some sort of defeat. And now we can see a more catastrophic defeat of the like Western Bloc strategy. And so let's see if Trump is actually changing the strategy or if he's just doing it again. But like the interesting thing to me is that where I think that Brian Berletic, for example, he makes the mistake of thinking that, because like this sort of new good relationship with Russia, it's a form of recalculation. So like they recognize that they're hostile, all out, destroy the enemy attitude under the Trump administration was a mistake, and it was taking them to a decisive failure. And so this change of strategy, let's try it in a different way. This is logical thinking, and it's positive, and it does pull us away from the like midnight of the doomsday clock, because if they're not like in a irrational, okay, we're going to destroy them one way or another, then it's not so likely that we have nuclear annihilation. And so it still is more logical. And even if the fundamental intentions are the same, like, oh, we still want to dominate the world, but just we can't do it yet, that's still a more logical attitude than thinking, oh, we can take on China, Iran, and Russia at the same time when they're getting their ass kicked. So I think it's great that there's this recalibration of strategy, and I think it's a positive development. And I wonder if that's going to be applied also to the new design of the next generation fighter aircraft, because that's the backbone of their military forces is the air. And so if they can recalibrate that, then it means that they're actually improving their strategy, and they're not going to do dumb shit like nuking the entire world. Maybe, hopefully. What do you guys think?
I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I think that it's always good to use less magical thinking in your analysis of reality and the real world. Of course, it's always good, right? And it doesn't matter if your goal is, I don't know, to build a sex robot, or if your goal is to, win a political campaign, whatever. It doesn't matter if your goal intentions are somehow nefarious or whatever. Even if you want to say, oh, the United States just wishes to offload the cost of maintaining U.S. empire and global hegemony through this, restructuring or whatever. Okay, even if that's what you're trying to do, by approaching it from a more realistic perspective, you are still doing a good thing. But when it comes to this building of the airplane thing, I think that, just like I was saying before, I think there's what it looks a lot more to me like is we're talking about PR. We're talking about Donald Trump saying, you know what, check this out. President number 47 under me, the 47th, fighter is being built. And you know what, if there's some kind of new hypersonic rocket that gets tested, I'm sure that he'll come out there and he'll say something about that. And what is this all? It's all talking about everything except for the fact that U.S. weapons and doctrine has failed in Ukraine. NATO has failed in Ukraine. And whatever it is that we got to do that's different, I don't know. But one thing we definitely got to do is we got to talk about what we're doing with all this money. Where is all this funding going to go? And why is it that we still want to be a part of this alliance that failed to defeat Russia in Ukraine? Well, there's a lot of things that are happening right now, right? There's the sixth generation fighter. You wouldn't want to not have access to the sixth generation fighter. What are you going to use, a Gripen still? Meanwhile, against the Russian, checkmate. Kind of like that.
But I don't think that far. Like to me, it's just a matter of like, if you look at United States Air Force right now, so F-22 has already ended production. So you have no more factories. There's no way you can build F-22s anymore. And then you can only build F-35. And then all your allies, many of the allies now use F-35s. So you do not have a real advantage over your allies as well. So you're not much of a big brother. So, and then the Russians and the Chinese are getting really close. They have planes that is getting close, or if not equivalent to the F-22, which F-22 arguably is still better than F-35, I feel, because it's a more focused role fighter. F-35 is more like a supportive role, but it still can fight as well. From my own country's Air Force experience, where they tested themselves, our F-15s, we fought Australians F-35, 6 versus 2. 6 F-15 fight 2 F-35. All the F-15 got shot down before they know where the F-35 was even at. They never detected the F-35. So, but the thing is, F-22 is probably still better, but it's like the enemies are catching up. So it's a bit dangerous for the Americans to not have another plane. So even if, let's say, the R&D is not completed yet, but with whatever they have already developed, maybe it's still better than F-22, and at least they now can start production and build a totally new generation of plane that is actually good. And maybe immediately when this production is ongoing, they can develop yet another plane using another 10 years to create a 7th gen or a 6th gen plus, that will keep the Americans ahead. I think it's more of this strategic problem. Like the Americans now don't have an edge militarily, and I think that's a big problem. That means America have no way to project power, and if you have weak military, means the Canadians and the Europeans is not going to respect you that much. I think that is also a big problem. So,
well, also it's the renewal of the arms race, right? New Cold War, new arms race.
Yeah, I don't see it related to Ukraine war at all, but I just see it as like United States has just neglected its military for too long, and the military is so far behind where it should be. Like there should be a new battleship, a new capital ship, like the new destroyer with the plasma cannon or whatever, and then they should have some kind of laser weapons, which they also don't have. Like all the new weapons that they try to develop, all the projects was cancelled. So it's like it's just a big money scam so far for the past 20 years.
And you think it's just gonna stop? And you think it's just gonna? This is the one that all of a sudden it's not.
I think of course the corrupted will try, but at least what Trump is doing is try to to change the system. They're literally doing a revolution right now inside the United States. It's just that it's not called a revolution, but he is literally changing the entire governmental system, the way how it works, the way how it registers everything, and they're only just beginning. So I have hopes that the United States will do better in the future, but of course, people who are corrupted will try because there's a lot of money, right? The United States is so rich.
Well, my view on it is to Wyatt's point. They figured out a long time ago that the money isn't in actually producing stuff because that costs money. The money is in the consulting. It's in the research. It's in that sort of stuff. So for decades now, all of these companies have been soaking the U.S. taxpayer for a good chunk of that $1 trillion or whatever the absurd number is in the Department of Defense budget, and getting very little actual product in return. Sure, they have like monthly production of certain things and crap like that, but there's no mass scale production or keeping anything current because they figured out the real money is in the consulting side of things and the research side of things where, we don't have it figured out yet. Just increase the purchase order. Just keep her going up. And that's what they've been doing for decades now. So, I totally agree with Wyatt. I think they need to catch up in a lot of areas, and just getting the infrastructure back to be competitive is going to take decades.
This is what I suspect regarding this plane, because I think Donald Trump just wanted to end the stupid R&D phase. Like, stop wasting time to do more R&D. If this plane is already much better than F-22, just build it. Don't waste time and do another 10 years of R&D, and then then the entire budget go overkill, and then they have to go into the F-35 situation. So I think this is the main reason. I think it makes sense. Like, if you are a corporate company, you are a tech company, a private company, you would do this. You will immediately try to launch the product rather than try to do this perfect product that probably you'll never reach. So you have this minimum viable product which is really good already, just launch it. And then you can see how this goes and develop the next one. I think this is probably the approach that Donald Trump is now bringing in.
But one word, don't forget, Boeing.
I mean, Boeing did not only develop passenger plane, right? They also do a lot of other things. So if all the other things is operating well, only the passenger plane is the shit one, then it's not that bad.
No, the rocket,
aerospace sucks too.
Their hypersonic program was scuttled recently, so they've been on one.
Let's just put it this way: if they can't figure out their bread and butter and do that well, then the rest of their stuff is garbage too.
If they could do it in the 80s and they can't do it now. Meanwhile, they're
Yeah,
supposed
the
to
Yeah,
be
thing
now
is,
DEI.
the thing is, Boeing is like
DUI.
the sort of the flagship. Boeing is the flagship of American industrial and engineering prowess. It's like the thing, you know. And so this level of decadence that it's suffered this past few years, it's absolutely catastrophic in all sorts of ways. And so, like
Yes, and
this
that's
thing with
why we have
this thing,
Sorry.
no, but the thing is that yeah, the Trump is trying to rescue American industry, and so like similar to what he did with Tesla, you know, like buying a car there in the White House and using it as a showroom. He's trying to rescue American industry, and he has a like uphill battle, so to speak, you know, to actually achieve that. And so yeah, he's definitely trying to stick some chips into Boeing. Now the thing is, can they actually like rearrange the company so that it like, you know, starts working again? I guess they can, one way or another, but you really have to restructure the whole thing. Like you can't just sort of put some lipstick on it and say, okay, now we're back, baby. No, there has to be like a very profound rearrangement of the entire administration and like
The bureaucracy
incentive structure
itself must be. But see, this is the thing.
of the
When you look
company.
at these big companies, these big industry giants, especially defense industry giants, where it's like it's
They
too big
wag
to
the
fail
dog.
all over again. You have a too big to
They
fail
they
situation. You know
wag
what?
the
The
dog. Yeah.
F-35, the okay, wag the dog is one way of putting it. And on the F-35, it was a program that it had already taken on a life of its own. Even after they had realized, oh, there's certain issues with this program, it was too much for them to just put the brakes on it. And of course, um, I think that the F-35 is probably people love to hate on it or whatever, but I'm sure that engineers that spent hundreds of trillions of dollars, or I guess trillions of dollars, building the most expensive weapon system of all time didn't know what they were doing at all. Of course not. Of course, it's a badass weapon that it's a high technology piece of machinery that is beautiful piece of engineering. But this approach, it's not just the way that we built airplanes or failed to build new ships, right? Or failed to maintain, or or to build new artillery, whatever it is, right? There's a lot of all of this stuff that we've been doing it in a way that hasn't made sense, and in a way that I don't see how we're just going to all of a sudden, this program is for real. This program really, it is going to fly and stuff. I'm sure there's technology demonstrators that are being flown right now, that for them to be able to make such an efficient thing and just like right away, right out of the gate, and it's totally exactly what it is. Between the two, is it real or is it marketing? I think Boeing has a very big recent history of marketing, doing great in the marketing department and not so great in the engineering department. Go ahead, Nanya.
Well, just to follow up on that, the Western mindset and the Western solution to everything is just throw money at industry and hope for the best. And it rarely works. In fact, I'm struggling to think of an instance where it really has worked in my lifetime. I've been through, the Green Revolution. We were all going to be windmill leaders. I've been through that. I've been through the Internet of Things. We were all going to rule everything. I've been through the EV battery things and the EV car things and and now with the AI thing, the solution is always the same. Throw a bunch of money at it, stick your flag in the ground and say, we've solved the problem because all these smart people in industry are going to figure it out. We don't give them really clear goals. We don't really tie the money to anything tangible. They go piss it all away. And at the end of the day, whatever sort of products that are made, are subpar at best, because the reality is we just don't have the infrastructure in the West anymore. And part of the infrastructure is the skilled workforce. China has that. I mean, they're pumping out a million plus engineers every year. They have that capability. We don't have it anymore in a number of areas. And, I always hear, well, we'll just import the talent. No, you won't. Because you know what? They're all staying home now because they can have a better life in China working for these companies than, being some sort of slave in the Silicon Valley. So, we need 10 to 20 years just to get our workforce trained in some of this stuff. Like, we don't have any tradespeople anymore. We don't know how to make anything. Are you kidding me? Come on. So it's bigger than just, the.
It hasn't always been like this, but just
No,
to your
it
point
hasn't.
on it, it hasn't always been like this, but it has been like this for decades. And since it's been like this, it's been dysfunctional. I
Yeah,
struggle to think when
I
it was
agree.
not dysfunctional. Like, what did we make? The striker?
I would still be hopeful though, that the workforce can still be rebuilt. Like, it will be, there's a lot of pain, I'm quite sure. But I think if you look at the whole world, I think United States or the general West, I think still have, it's not that behind. Like, no, who is really ahead of United States in terms of manufacturing? I think maybe only China.
China?
So
Probably even
only
India.
China. No, not
You
India.
don't.
Not really. So
I'd probably put Russia ahead of them.
Russia possible, although
China-
Russia
China-
have its limitations. Their population, they don't have enough people to operate the
but
expanded industry.
the industrial engineer output of Russia and United States is super similar. Like, China makes more educates more engineers than the States, but Russia has like a similar amount of engineer graduates in the United States with a lot of less population. So that kind of shows you the difference. But of course, it has a lot of less resources, and so the engineering is directed elsewhere. It's not like in high-end chips and software and that's the type of stuff. It's more into like material sciences and temperature resistance for engines, like alloys and stuff like that. That's their
Chemistry.
forte.
Yeah, so
Nowadays.
that's why ultimately I will still have, like, no, I'm not so pessimistic. I'm not denying that the challenges for the United States is small. I think it's going to be huge, but I think this is the reason why Donald Trump is pumping the money to encourage the people to go into all these industries, take up all these jobs, and rebuild it. It's going to be a huge strain on the society though. Like, because like Trump is now wanting to build so much more stuff. Like, you are bringing back all the manufacturing, you're building new high-tech plants, and then you're going to expand on the military-industrial complex because you're going to build so many planes. Like, yeah, I'm not sure if there's enough workers to go around. So, yeah. But it's going to be a boom time for now.
There will be when the sex robots come.
I don't know where all the money's coming though. Like, I just don't know where the money's going to come from to build out all of this capacity that simply doesn't exist. It just doesn't exist.
From
I think
Europe.
the MIC one will be that money, but the rest are all investment from all around the world. Like, everyone is promising this X amount of money here and there. So it's not from the government, but I think the military planes are definitely government money. So that will be, of course.
I'm not hearing a whole lot of announcements about companies investing in the U.S.
Oh
right?
no! Oh yeah, there's like
Not really.
$1 trillion from SoftBank, half a $1 trillion from Nvidia. Like, there's a lot of announcement here and there, all constantly. And I think Taiwan
Have they
also
actually
announced that they're going
started
to
spending?
invest like 40 over billions into Alaska to build pipelines for oil and gas. Taiwan.
Yeah,
Also,
I
a lot
have
here
my
and there.
doubts that any of these Silicon Valley companies are going to spend anywhere near what they say they will.
Well,
Right?
Intel
They're
has
going to
to.
scale all that back. I
Intel's
don't think
gonna be
so.
screwed. They either do or they are so screwed that they might not survive. That's basically that's the rock and the hard place that they're at right now, because either these new factories that they're building pay off tremendously, or Intel is going the way of AMD and making their stuff at TSMC. And that's the thing, like, this is what we need, our critical defense industry stuff to be produced here in the States. So it's going to be like a situation like Russia, where their homegrown technology, like, they make their own lithography machines. The lithography machines work for 350 nanometers, though, and we're going to be kind of like that. Like, for our defense industry, we're going to have to use 14 nanometer Intel chips, and for all of our cell phones, we're going to get our stuff made in Taiwan like everybody else. So that's the alternative future. Either that or Intel pulls it out.
Yeah, like TSMC has announced $100 billion in United States investment. This was announced with Donald Trump just recently, so on the 4th of March. So there's actually a lot of announcement, because I have been watching all these pressers. Like, almost every presser, he's talking about someone investing something new. So on paper, there seems to be a lot of money is going to be coming in, foreign direct investment into the United States, and also the private companies are going to invest more into manufacturing. So, but
I'll make a bold prediction right now that all of those projects get scaled back.
I think so. Man, I'm going to guess. Okay, I'm going to put my chips on the table and say that I think the Intel factories are going to go ahead and they're going to make a serious effort to try to rescue U.S. high-end chip manufacturing. I mean, yeah, definitely they've been getting stuff from Taiwan, right? TSMC, a couple of years ago, they got 5 nanometer lithography machines and the 5 nanometer process from somewhere in Taiwan and stuff like that. And but even high end for example, IBM, right? Yeah, they're making chips that are 2 nanometers or something, but not here in the States, right? So we have to be making that stuff here, no matter what. You're not gonna order from Taiwan the chip that you're going to be putting into your F47, right? That's not going to happen. It's gonna have to be made here on the ground. So the debate really is, do we continue to have some kind of high-end chip manufacturing at scale like we did for decades, or do we kind of go the way of just having a home industry that doesn't even try to be competitive on the high end?
I don't know. It just seems to me like the world has changed in the last few months with respect to all these open source Chinese models that, the power consumption is nowhere near it, yet they're still forging ahead with the same plan. So that just indicates to me it's either A, bad plan, B, they don't know what to do, so they haven't reacted yet, or C, they will eventually scale it back. So my guess is C.
Yeah, it's one of.
We shall see. But because I look at the NVIDIA's latest the conference, their new chip is way ridiculously more powerful than their previous one, and I don't think it uses more power per se. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting competition the next 1 year, 2 years. We don't have to see too far. we will know soon.
But see, NVIDIA does not manufacture chips, and that is a huge difference. Because GPU, they don't manufacture it on their own foundries here in the States. Intel was for a really long time producing the best chips, and they were making them here in the States. The situation is just different now, and if they can claw back even a third of that, they're going to go for it. I think they are in a we have no choice, not damned if you do, damned if you don't. Damn it, we have to do this kind of. That's kind of how I see it.
I think it'll all come down to how much government subsidy is involved in any of these initiatives, as it always does.
Been a lot. It's already been a lot.
Well, there you go. These companies are not doing it altruistically. They're going to get something out of it. And I guess that's my point as well. The money printing machine is drying up. So I go back to the question, all of this capital spend, it's got to be paid for somehow. And, you know, it's just going to rack up the debt and accelerate that whole process even more. So, you know, the U.S. economy is not in a good shape right now. And you can think otherwise, but, you know, we're heading for a very, very bad recession here in North America.
Like I've always said, that's part of what the Ukraine war is really about. It's about trying to see how much of that influence we're going to claw away and kind of expand our sphere of influence in this new multipolar or multinodal world. That, you know, Europe. It's like Michael Hudson says that the war in Ukraine was first and foremost a war against Europe, against a war against European like independence away from the Americans. First and foremost, what it did is it cemented and secured European reliance on the Americans for energy, for, you know, diplomacy, for other stuff. Like nowadays, the Americans are taking a step back from Ukraine, and the Europeans almost don't know what to do. They're like the deer in the headlights. They're like every single plan involves American security guarantees, you know, for some reason. It's almost like a reflexive.
So
yeah,
do
like,
we want
you're
to
gonna
change
help
topic?
us, right? You're gonna help us, right?
Yeah, and
Say you're
then
gonna help us.
this is gonna happen, and then this is gonna, and then you're gonna help us, right?
Yeah, and that's also like to the point that Brian Berletic is always making, that like with what army, you know, like, yeah, they're doing this division of labor and they're handing it over to Europe, and what is Europe gonna do? Like start making weapons and raise an army?
No,
With
no, no.
what
And
money?
then we come in and we rescue them. That's what's gonna happen. That's the plan.
So yeah, like hopefully in the best case scenario, the strategy has been revised because it has proven ineffective and potentially catastrophic. Therefore, we have to readjust and start improving our efficiency, you know, and stop relying on soft power and start to like actually having a country that works, you know, and get trained labor and give people. So like everything that Trump is saying in theory it's sound, like it makes sense. America does need to like focus back in America and build back its industry. All that is true. And most of the economists that talk about what's going on in the States are flabbergasted. They're pulling their hair out, if they have any. You know, like, what the fuck is Trump doing? He's gonna destroy American economy. And it's true, like things that he's doing seem super irrational, like attacking his allies like that and threatening everyone with sanctions, or I mean with tariffs. And it's super insane because it's really destabilizing for the American economy. Like no one knows where you can invest money in the States, because at any moment, like the metal's gonna spike up to the moon, or the aluminium, or the energy prices. Like you don't know what's gonna be hit next. And so the only thing I can think of that makes all that make sense is that, like, you can sort of, if you crash the American economy and America goes into recession, then the whole world gets hit automatically, and you can like it was in 2008, like in 2008, in 2008, like America went into a recession, and the whole world took the hit. So everybody falls back, and America is standing taller again.
Well, not
You know,
everybody now. It'll be Europe, South America. What's in our sphere of influence? And the more we can make that sphere of influence, the more we can.
No, but my point is that maybe that's the logic, and the other logic is that you definitely have to do something extreme right now. If not, the decline is going to become irreversible. So maybe it works, maybe it doesn't, but you have to do something right now before it becomes like, that's the only way it makes sense to me. That they're doing such an extreme cut to the American. So again, like it seems that there is a change of strategy, and that's a positive thing, even if it's not actually working out. Right. But it sounds like the situation is so desperate that they really needed to shift before it was too late. And I'm glad they realized that before it was too late.
Yeah.
Maybe it is too late. But
well, I think
at least they
probably it is, but I think that we're being much more realistic about it. And when we're trying to be much more realistic about it, then it makes us puts us into a position where we're making these decisions based on reality when we're trying to coax back the Europeans into, you know, our sphere of influence and get them away from Russia's sphere of influence. Why should they want to pay for these higher prices for liquefied natural gas when they could have gotten something else from the Russians? You know, like that division, if we can force it now and before the world totally completely fractures, it's going to have a lot to say about how much of these kinds of costs we can offload. How many countries are going to be buying the 6th generation fighter compared to how many countries had bought the F-35? How many countries are going to be subsidizing our research and development costs for high-end, you know, I don't know, chip manufacturing or something else, right? For it's going to be however many countries are going to be dealing in dollars, and we're going to be in a position to, you know,
the ones you can force. The ones you can force. That's what's been happening, and that's
that'll be fewer and fewer because nobody trusts the U.S. now, right?
Yeah, but some people don't. Like Panama don't have a choice. You know, America said, "Give us the canal back," and Panama said, "No," and then America said, "We're serious," and then Panama said,
okay.
"Yes, please, we'll give you the canal. What else do you want, sir?" And so America can do that. You know, they're definitely going to start doing that harder. They have been doing it all along. It's not like the sanctions.
But for example, maybe we won't be able to do that as much in the, you know, South Pacific. We're going to have to be able to focus on doing that in Canada, you know, something like that.
Yeah, but I think, you know, Canada's
done. Good luck,
and I think the EU is done. So, you know, I think that you're just going to, your traditional allies don't trust you anymore. So they're all just going to walk away from you. And
we got Japan, we got the Europeans, we got
Japan has walked away from you too, Brett. Japan I'd be really worried about Japan if I was you, because they're the ones who hold the purse strings and they're dumping treasuries like they're going out of style.
For any Japanese people listening, China.
Hey, did you guys see this thing? What do you think, Wyatt, about this?
I might have just reversed the general trend.
I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened, but I saw an article about a summit that in Tokyo, a summit of Japan with South Korea and China. That happened like recently. Did you hear me?
That's yesterday.
I did not pay attention to that. I did not see that.
I have no idea what happened there. Does anyone have an idea of what happened there? Because that's fucking mental.
I think Japan and South Korea are reading the tea leaves, and you know they're looking to build relationships with China. That's exactly what's happening.
That shit is wild. Those guys hate each other. Those three guys, they hate each other's guts like there's no tomorrow. And so if they're getting together, then my God, something serious.
We're counting on that. We're counting on them to hate each other. So you can't tell me that.
What do you think, Wyatt? Why do you think they got together?
Surely they can't hate us more. They can't hate us more than each other. Otherwise, we're ruined.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think you are. Like, nobody trusts you anymore. So when your allies like Japan and South Korea start walking away from you, and more importantly, they start pulling their dollars out, I go back to, where's all the money going to come from, right? Nobody's going to be buying treasuries. They're already dumping treasuries. Like in January, the February figures aren't out yet, but the January figures, I think it was like $300 billion or something were dumped in U.S. treasuries globally. And Canada was the biggest one, by the way. I think we dumped like 40 billion or something. So, you know, we'll have to wait to see what February numbers look, but I think February numbers will probably be even worse.
I just take a look, about what the meeting looks like. I think the reason for the meeting is to ensure that they have understanding, to make sure that the war don't break out in their region. So they have like mutual understanding. They have contact. I think it's more towards that extent, because because of Donald Trump, things is all like heating up. So I think they are, I think Japan, South Korea, mainly, maybe even China is worried that there might be some misunderstanding and then cause a war to break out. So they probably just touch base to make sure that everybody's aligned and nobody touch each other's red line, something like this. So
Could
it's a
be.
foreign minister meeting. So I think it's gonna be. I think it's more to that extent because
Well,
in my
I
part of my
kind of
world,
see it. But go ahead.
so it was my part of the world, like the eastern half of Asia. We are very adverse to war. We really don't want war. Like not
Good for
just
you guys.
not just East Asia, but also Southeast Asia. Like we try to avoid, and it is becoming a habit to just discuss. So it's the same thing as whenever people talk about Taiwan and China, people are so excited, to encourage China to invade Taiwan. That also very hard to happen because, like I said, generally our half of Asia is very
Averse
we would like to
to
avoid war because
conflict.
because war or
Because the
anything
wars
with
are
doing in
wild.
China,
Wild.
millions of people die. Like every
Yeah,
time
because
China go to
because
war,
the wars
is
are
millions of
wild.
people die. Yeah, and it's not
So
going to be a war like Ukraine war.
well,
Yeah,
I
when
and that's
China go to
why.
war, millions die.
Yeah, and that's why I kind of see this meeting of the three is how do we, to your point, have some sort of rapprochement and more importantly, economic partnership, because I think all three nations are pragmatic enough to want to be able to trade with one another. And I think all three nations are also probably pragmatic enough to know why they're separate right now. And you think about it and you say, if that DMZ in Korea goes away, imagine all the problems that solves, right? So I think eventually they're going to get to the point where that DMC is gone. And I think it'll be in my lifetime for sure. And I think this is just one of another step where they're looking to build closer trade ties because I go back to they don't trust the US. And why would they? Right? Why would South Korea or Japan trust them? They just got slapped with these tariffs. They're being told what crappy trading partners they are and all this other stuff. Uh, you know, I think that's the last straw. I really do. And I think you're going to see the Bank of Japan is going to be a whole lot more aggressive this year than they have been in previous years.
Interesting. So, I mean, we don't really know if what they're discussing is, economic in nature. It seems like it's a security discussion, but number one, you can have a lot of security discussions, just over the phone and private and not make it public and not make it a big thing, right? Not make it look like, hey, look, there's three of us are getting together, right, to have some kind of discussion regarding regional security. We actually want stability in our region, So this is, I think that's saying something already right away. That's on the world stage for a reason. But yeah, maybe this agreement for regional stability and some kind of way of communicating between each other to de-escalate any kinds of situations or whatever. Maybe that really is the stepping stone that will lead to economic cooperation. But I think just kind of like Wyatt's saying, dude, these people don't want this mess that's in Ukraine. They don't want it in their region. They're willing to talk to each other to discuss that and avoid it.
Because it's getting a bit tense, like because of Taiwan, because of how China is putting pressure on Taiwan constantly, and Japan basically have I think some sort of like a guarantee on Taiwan. So if Taiwan go to war, Japan goes to war. So I think Japan is also like worried that probably telling China that there's certain red lines. Don't overdo it, please. No, don't overdo it. Like because once they go to war, oh my god, millions are going to 100% die, man. There is because these people are not like Ukraine and Russia, the brotherly countries. All these people have been killing each other for centuries, like
Yeah, they're
brutally
brothers.
killing each other.
They're brothers, but like like in a Shakespeare story. Something like
Oh,
The
none of them will admit that they are brothers ever.
there's
No,
they're like
they're all
Roma.
too
Yeah,
nationalistic.
but they're all brothers. Like we all know their history, and they all came from the same area. No, but it's funny that these it must be amazing to see like these three delegates. I don't know who there were, but imagine being a fly on that wall, like these three.
Well,
Like,
I really like why it
important,
brought up
efficient.
about Taiwan. Yeah, like imagine what these guys are saying. What it is just to answer your question, Gabriel. What if what it is they're saying, okay, guys, we're the big boys here, and we're gonna have to figure out how we shut up the Asian chihuahuas of Taiwan, of Australia,
Philippines, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Myanmar.
Philippines. For some reason, the UK thinks they're still involved in the region. Like, guys, we got to figure out how to tell all these guys to kind of like shut the hell up and f off, because we're gonna have peace and stability in our region. God damn it.
Yeah, I remember a case. I can't remember when it was, if it was like in the late 90s or in the early 2000s, but Japan was like the second economy in the world, so it hadn't fallen yet. And there was going to be an agreement between China and Japan of a free trade zone between both those countries. And then the prime minister of Japan was mysteriously killed or suicided or something like that.
Yeah,
And
the
then
Yakuza got all its power.
Then a couple of other ministers also were mysteriously suicided, and so this whole issue, this enmity between these Asiatic powerhouses, it's been enforced pretty strongly, throughout this past century. And like if ever they agree on something, that would be, it's like when they say, like, if every Chinese jumps, the world is going to move out of its axis. So like if all these Asian nations that have massive populations, they agree on something, then the world is going to definitely jump out of its axis.
Maybe no. I would say no. Don't overread too much about the meeting as well, because geopolitically and geostrategically speaking, no, China is still a massive threat to these countries. It's just like any country around Russia is going to be feeling very uncomfortable with Russia being their neighbor. So no, you cannot avoid that. Countries around China will be like worried about China. So everybody will be still militarizing. Like Japan is militarizing. South Korea is a bit of a mess right now, but they are also building up their military as well. They have they have their own tank now. They have their own new 5th gen fighter. So everybody, they are just going on diplomacy to make sure that there's no misunderstanding. But they're continue going to be building up their deterrence. Nobody's going to trust China like outright. No, basically the only way to guarantee security is to make sure that you have a military that they don't dare to touch you. So the danger right now is that Taiwan have neglected their military for a long time. That makes them very dangerous. Dangerous in the sense that they become very attractive as a target for China. That's the problem. Taiwan has always been militarily pretty decent vis-a-vis China until the past 20 years. The past 20 years, Taiwan have not improved at all. In fact, they have went down because they removed conscription. So in Philippines is another problem. They are militarily one of the weakest in Southeast Asia, but they are also one of the loudest. And they're constantly having this clash with China. So these two countries is a bit dangerous because you cannot be weak. Once you're weak and then you're noisy, you're going to be a problem. Taiwan is not noisy, but Philippines is very noisy. Taiwan is just weak, but then so near to China is very attractive as a target. If you look at Vietnam military is not weak. Vietnam's military is actually quite big for their size. So China always give them certain level of respect. It's like even they're just next door, that they still give them certain level of respect. They still talk to them nicely. But you see, they will not talk to Philippines nicely, and they would definitely not give respect to the Taiwanese government. So I think that's the danger right now for in my region, is that the countries that China might go to war with are all weak. That's the problem right now. So that's how I feel like, Taiwan is not doing their part. They're too distracted right now. Even internally, politically, they're very distracted. If you look at the happiness index, Taiwanese people are the happiest. No, they're happier than Singapore. But they have no sense of danger. They're very happy. They just are very happy. So, Philippines is another one. They are also in terrible internal political chaos. So, yeah, which is why I don't see that like Philippines. They always say that it's the Americans controlling the Philippines. It's not true. It's the Philippines. They are just a massive mess, and they are always using the United States as a shield, and then to shout. It's like United States is that gate. It's the metal gate, and then you see the dog right behind the gate shouting. They're always barking, right? Yeah, United States is that gate. When the gate move apart, you see the dog will not dare to bark. So it is less of United States controlling Philippines. Philippines is just a mess. You can't control that Philippines. Philippines is just a chaotic country. Very chaotic.
Like at least I can't help but seeing a pattern. So there's definitely a level of self-determination in that attitude, but it's also a predictable consequence. So like you see that pattern. The Baltic states, Ukraine, Israel, Philippines, all of these are American colonies in a certain way, in their own way. Like Ukraine, since the Maidan coup, which was American engineered, like we all knew that. Philippines was actually under occupation by the United States. Israel has been flooded by money and American, dual citizenship and so on. So like there's always a strong level of influence in these very noisy, very aggressive chihuahuas, and that's a pattern that is predictable. So like even if Zelensky is actually disrespecting Trump and not paying him attention, so to speak, it's still American policy. That's the guy that Americans put in power, and now he might be like sort of stepping out of line, but that's the type of people that they attract to power, because that's the type that serves Americans' interests.
No, I would say that you have to look at the relationship, and you can see there's a difference. Like for example, Philippines is very loud because they are literally a military ally of the United States. They are literally an ally. So they have this connection that cannot be broken, which is why Philippines is very noisy. The Baltic states is noisy because they are part of NATO, and they think that being part of NATO is a military alliance, which is not at the level of what Philippines is. It really is a different thing. Philippines goes to war, United States automatically goes to war. That is like the old school allies. NATO is not the same thing. Like Russia can attack the Baltic states, and then NATO don't react at all if they choose to. But the Baltic states do not know. They're just very noisy. That's why they are always very ambiguous about Taiwan. Like because if you guarantee too much, then they become very noisy. Then they will become they feel too comfortable in their own safe space. I think that's the main thing that we are seeing. Like, and I think that's the danger of Philippines. I think because of the military alliance, and United States have to even because of historical ties, they have to kind of guarantee and protect Philippines. But I'm also quite sure that United States is also doing their part to try to hold back the Philippines from trying to confront the Chinese, because they just don't have the power to confront the Chinese right now. And the Philippines is doing their own thing. Like they're buying stuff that is non-American to boost their own military. So they're going against what the Americans want to give. Like Americans are maybe holding.
They're being a poor lapdog.
Yeah, the Americans are holding back maybe certain things. They're asking them, if you want to buy F-16s, then the Filipino is like, oh, it's so expensive. Then you go and buy some Golden Eagle from South Korea, but then they also go and get the BrahMos from India. It's like the Philippines have their own agency. They know they want to do their own thing, and I think the Americans are trying to hold them back. Like, please stop bucking at the Chinese. And the Chinese, of course, is also partly at fault because they are constantly really enforcing the maritime border of the 9-line, which is like which is what Southeast Asia generally is critical about because it's like because China is so assertive, it just destabilizes the area, the region. The Southeast Asia generally is that we want to keep the entire South China Sea a gray zone. Like, let's not talk about it. Just pretend that it doesn't exist. There's no problem there. But the Chinese is like, no. It's our territorial water. Then they send their Coast Guard and fishing ship fleet just swarming all over the place. Then everybody have to militarize. That's what happened in Southeast Asia. So Indonesia is militarizing very quickly. Then Singapore is militarizing as well. We are buying F-35s because we are totally paranoid about what's coming in our region. So yeah, there's real fear in our area. So that's why I say it's not a surprise that the foreign ministers of the three countries would meet just to make sure that no misunderstanding. That's what I think.
Yeah. I think that everybody in the region has their own plans. The Chinese have their own plans. The Japanese have their own plans. And nobody wants for these plans to be interrupted just because, somebody's trying to start destabilization and chaos in the region. So whatever it is that you're trying to do, you don't want to have this extra mess. So you know what, the more we can have some kind of a level of communication, and I think that this is probably as innocuous as it is. Not just saying, hey, you know what, there's going to be a lot of economic stuff in the future. I think the Japanese are going to continue to be culturally paranoid about the Chinese. I don't think that that's just going to...
Forever.
Yeah.
Yes. It's literally hard-coded into their DNA.
At this
same
point,
for to the Koreans. That's why I say even the North Koreans, they are eternally going to be wary of the Chinese, even if they are both so-called communist countries. And China is like the protector of the North Koreans. North Koreans are going to forever worry about the Chinese. It is just hard-coded into their culture and society because their history is just full of China invasion into Korea. It's just full of it. So it's, it's a weird thing.
Yeah, but then you also have Japan invading all those areas and wreaking havoc very recently. So like that's my point, that the three are like extreme hardcore enemies. Like China invading Korea, Japan invading China and Korea,
and Korea is always the one getting invaded.
Yeah.
Korea is the weakest of the three.
Yeah, it's like sandwiched in the middle of because Japan is kind of safe because it's in the middle of the sea, but Korea is there sandwiched between this maritime power that is Japan and the ground power that is China, but I wouldn't disregard the level of influence that economics has in this whole equation because Japan has been very predated lately by the economic policy of the United States. Like when the Biden administration was increasing its subsidies, its deficit spending to prop up the economy, that left the economy of the United States in the state that we find it now. Japan was suffering super hard because they're the ones that have to bear the brunt in their own exports and in their own industry, and they wanted to make this plant. They wanted to buy the American steel company to be able to work in the States, and that was rejected, and Japan has been very battered by this whole economic war that's been going on between the States and China. And so as Taiwan, the whole area has been very affected by this whole war that's starting to go on. And so the fact that they're getting together, it definitely has to do with security, but I wouldn't disregard the importance of the economic situation right now in the world as to whatever is going on in that area, because it's a very affected area. I don't know how it is in Singapore, how this whole instability has affected the economy over there. I haven't heard very much about it, but I'm curious.
Not much, because Singapore have very strong base foundations. So, but there is still inflation. the government is still giving out money to help the lower the lower caste to
Class.
keep up
Call
with
it
the
class.
cost. Yeah, the lower class, in terms of earners, to keep up with the rising costs. There's a lot more grants to help people to retrain and to be able to fit into the new economy. So
Okay, so there
the
is some deficit spending to deal with the stresses of this historical period.
but we're always doing that. It's not deficit spending. It's we just have the money to spend. So we don't go into deficit. We always save money. We are always in the positive. So the yeah. So this is ongoing. But I think the Singapore government is very worried or wary of Donald Trump because my country is always I think my leaders, the elites are the pro Hillary Clinton type of people, the more left wing. When they come to this kind of U.S. politics stuff, like Donald Trump is too protectionist. Because for us is that we want as liberal as possible, as free trade as possible. Although we are very conservative internally, but when you go to global, we want everything to be as liberal as possible. Then we have more room to maneuver. So when the world start to close up, then as a small country, it's harder for us. So they have been very noisy about Donald Trump. The leaders are saying that United States no longer want to underwrite the world, the global economy or whatnot. It's like, then I was like, what? Why must the Americans not underwrite the entire global institution? But that's the position of the Singapore government right now. So it's a bit of too noisy, I would say. They talk a bit too much. They should have keep quiet. Like they can plot and prepare, in the background, but they don't have to tell the people.
Like with Russia. Same like with Russia, right? They had to go on and follow with the sanctions. It's like they're too aligned with Europe, with Britain in particular.
Yeah. So that's my worry right now. My country seems to align with Europe more than with United States, and I think that's a big mistake. I feel like because if you criticize Donald Trump and then not realizing what he's planning to do, and you're not going to talk to them to try to figure out what Donald Trump's plan is, and then you start to criticize. You start to criticize the Americans. Then you are literally aligning with the Europeans, which is basically the globalists, which is what Singapore is prefer. Then we're gonna get slapped later, because like if you see like India is very wise. They quickly talk to Trump and let's make a deal, immediately. Immediately they are changing some of their tariff issues because they are proactive. Singapore is a bit passive. I don't know. Maybe I'm not reading enough.
Don't worry, dude. Europe is our vassal. So if Singapore wants to be Europe's vassal, you're just going to be the vassal of our vassal. It's all fine.
No, but that's super interesting because like in contradiction to this theory of the division of labor, I have this other theory which is like of the ancient ruler. Okay, so we've all learned to see America as the hegemon and Europe as the vassals. But right now, something interesting that I'm seeing is that maybe America has always been following Europe's lead against its own interests. So like America has become really powerful and rich and all that, but that hasn't necessarily benefited the Americans. Like Americans benefited most in the
tail has been wagging the dog the whole time.
Yeah, so like I heard the other day about this guy talking about, he gave the example of like this character in Mad Max that is like a dwarf, that's like mutated and fused to a giant. So like Europe is this dwarf that is fused to this giant but the giant is dumb. And the dwarf is like smart, so he controls the giant, And so maybe I'm not saying this is actually the case, but maybe what we've been seeing all this time is that America is still a colony of those. Yeah, it got its independence just like Latin America, but in the end, we kept on being economically controlled by Europe. Like Argentina got its independence from Spain, but it passed to be under the control of Britain. And America got its independence from Britain, but maybe at some point, like the banking
They've snuck back in. They've snuck back in.
They took over the American economy and the elites, and you have this phenomena in the States, just like in Latin America, where the elites are more European than American. So, like in Latin America, most of the oligarchs that control Latin America, they don't see themselves as Argentinian or Chilean or Brazilian. They see themselves as the heirs of Europe. So like we're actually Spanish or we're British, like the Yankees. The Yankees are British. They're not necessarily American.
We were the conquistadors. We're the ones that subjugated you guys. We're not you guys. Like, okay.
Yeah, exactly. And so they follow the interests of Europe more than they do the interests of America. And that's to their own benefit as elites, but it's to the detriment of their populations, of their actual nation. And so we've seen this, that America has grown in power, but the American standard of living hasn't necessarily improved. It's decreased, and the American dream is dreaming away. And so maybe something similar also happens with Singapore, that it's also still allowed.
Not really. So Singapore's situation is a bit different. I think it's more of a case where we are too comfortable with the geopolitical arrangement for the past 20 years, where everything is just so globalized, everything is just so free trade, and like we are so used to it. I think the elites in my country are so used to it, they forgot our foundations. They forgot what Singapore used to be. If you look at 1965 when Singapore got independence, those days are the Vietnam War days. The geopolitics has always been changing and very in flux, very complicated, very difficult. And Singapore's policy is always to adapt. Regardless the challenges, we'll always be friends to everybody as much as we can. And we adapt to it. Adapt to whatever change. United States always change, right? They want to go to war in Vietnam. Then after that, they don't want to go to war in Vietnam. Then we just adapt. We just keep adapting. But I think this generation of leaders, they're so comfortable with the past 20 years, where United States have the global hegemony, where they just start whining, when China, when things really change again. Like things have not really changed much the past 20 years because of US dominance. Now we're going back to the normal days where things start to get the natural state of like things is very unpredictable. But this group of leaders we have right now in Singapore is like they're too comfortable. This is what I feel. And I can tell you, Singapore sent a high-level delegation to China in December, if I not remember wrongly. But we haven't done so to United States. Like we literally go to China and then we reassured the Chinese that we are good friends with China. So we are definitely all out against Trump, generally speaking. So it's and China, why China, why Europe? Because all these are part of the globalist gang. Because China also want everything to be as liberal as possible, so that they can sell their shit all over the place. So
Singaporean elites have grown fat and lazy. They've
yes. So I don't like what is happening right now, and I always blame my foreign minister. Like I always find that he's doing a terrible job because he's not appreciating the situation correctly. In fact, we pissed off the Chinese at least twice, and then every time we have to go back and kowtow and sorry, like
both
all
the
under
Chinese
the same foreign minister.
Trump. They've pissed off the Chinese and they've pissed off Trump. But yeah, I remember.
And both.
I can't remember
We pissed off both at the same time in 2016.
I can't remember the name of this legendary prime minister of Singapore. Lee Kuan Yew. Yeah, he said that at some point. He said that our generation, we had to endure hardship, and that's why we grew so strong and we have this powerful nation. But the next generations, they're gonna they're gonna live comfortably and they're gonna turn soft and weak and they're gonna wreck the country.
Yeah,
It was predicted.
that's why I won't be surprised if I migrate someday. If I feel like the politics is gone to shit, yeah, I'll probably CC, maybe go to America. I'm not sure. It's hard. No, the thing. It's terrible. It's like this foreign minister. When Philippines have the previous president, where he said he want to pivot away from the United States, then so nobody is talking about South China Sea anymore, because Philippines is the biggest, most noisy one about South China Sea. So they keep quiet. So Singapore felt like we have to talk. So end up we piss off the Chinese, and then we piss off Trump as well, because we believe that Hillary Clinton will win, because we keep pushing very hard on TPP, and then Donald Trump said no TPP, and then we criticize him, and then he don't give us an ambassador. So then after that, Ukraine war happened, we go and sanction Russia.
That's so crazy. I didn't realize there was that much already history between Trump and Singapore. Wow. So
Singapore Foreign Ministry have no freaking idea what the hell they are doing. They're pissing off all the major powers within the span of 10 years. So if you say I'm not worried, it's impossible. I'm very critical of my country's inability to deal with geopolitics nowadays. We are no longer the Singapore under Lee Kuan Yew. Like, truly we are not. So yeah, in the past, when Lee Kuan Yew go around the world, everybody just keep asking him questions. People want to get his insight.
Absolute legend.
Now our leaders try to talk as if they are Lee Kuan Yew. Nobody give a damn.
It's just so interesting. I never even thought about the fact that Singaporean diplomacy has been messing up, not just right now during the current Trump administration, but I think everybody predicted that Hillary Clinton would win. Everybody thought that there was no way. Even Hillary Clinton thought that there was no way that she was going to lose. So you could kind of see it, but it's still probably pretty bad blood. And I'm sure, as far as Trump has ever paid attention to the fact that something called Singapore exists, he surely was not happy about that.
He definitely know, because we have a very big semiconductor industry in Singapore. So he's 100% going to tariff us. He's going to bring back some of the jobs from Singapore back to United States, for sure.
There you go. Hey, it's okay. They'll import your engineers too.
Yeah, but you can't underestimate the power of Singapore, and I can see that in the fact that Trump has attacked everyone, but I haven't heard him mention Singapore. Like, he's not burning that bridge. Yeah.
No. Because Singapore, because too many big fish to fry right now. Trump is dealing with all the biggest fish first. Singapore will get it. 100% we're going to get it. I'm quite sure we're going to get it. Because there was there's this rumor, right? Singapore companies sold chips to China that was sanctioned. And that's the rumor. So United States sanctioned, right? Certain level of chips cannot be sold to China. But then the thing went from Singapore and go through Singapore to China. So that happened. So I'm quite sure they're going to get us. And so I'm not sure. And also there's also all these rumors about we buying a lot of Russian oil. Russian oil and gas. So we have been doing a lot of shady stuff. So I
don't even think it's about the oil and gas. I think it's just that you guys are going to be a target. If we're trying to absorb back as much of the critical industry and supply line stuff into the States, so that we can have the real stuff that enforce everybody else to pay rent prices for it. That's there's no way Singapore is just going to it's going to just whoosh by Singapore and it's not going to affect you guys. Absolutely.
100% we're gonna get it because we literally have thrown away our principles, like for some made up principles. Singapore's principle was always that we will make decisions based on our national interests and we will not take partisan sides. And generally, whatever shit happening around the world, we don't give a fuck. Like for example, Myanmar was under the junta rule for many decades. We still trade with them. We are the biggest investor in Myanmar, despite they are a junta and they are sanctioned by the United States. Because our position has always been, we will do what is of our national interest and we're not going to take sides, we're going to play all these games. Now, we sanction Russia and they say that, oh, it's our principle because we don't agree with invasion, aggression against another country. It's like, what kind of bullshit? United States have been invading countries, and since when did we sanction the United States? And everybody is critical about it. So and then that destroys our credibility as a neutral country. You see, if we have said that, yes, we disagree with the aggression, but no, we are neutral, non-aligned, will not follow the sanctions because this is against our national interest. Russia invested in us, they trusted us with their money, so we have to take care of our investors. If we say something like this, it's easy, everybody will trust us, with their money, and we're not like China will trust us, Russia will trust us. What happened now is that Russia put us on unfriendly list, China is on notice, and then we are now criticizing the United States. We are just like the Europeans, we are like idiots. We are pissing off everybody and making enemies out of everybody, out of all the major powers. So
I don't know, man. I think maybe people are more happy to do it during the era of Trump because a lot of people just don't like him personally. But they see, to me, I attribute that to mainstream media. Because ultimately the elites, the people who are in the ruling class, be it in the government or is it the politicians or the ministers, they read newspapers. And if they trust New York Times, if they trust Washington Post, they're going to be affected by the writer's way of characterizing Trump or the divisions. And from my interaction with people in the elite world, be it like in the investment world, even those really top investors in super massive funds, they are also brainwashed by the media. You cannot imagine how all these smart people are all brainwashed. They literally believe in all this anti-Russia narrative and then all these things. It's shocking. Even professors in top universities, and it's like, holy shit, these are the smartest people in the world, the most elite, they handle billions of dollars of investor money, and they are all misreading the situation, and then they invested more money into Ukraine because they thought that the 2022 Ukrainian counteroffensive, when they take back Kharkiv, take back Kherson, that's a sign that Ukraine is going to be in the war. So they dump more money into Ukraine, not realizing that is not a real military victory. They do not know that Ukraine is not even fighting the real Russian military at that moment of time. They are only fighting Donbas militias. The Russian military is no longer there because they don't follow DPA. They just read the newspaper. They believe all the shit that is being talked about. And this is also the reason why Ukraine constantly have to do PR operations, because it works. It works on these top level people because they are all overconfident people. They just think that by reading all the newspaper, they know everything. Man,
and it's shocking.
That is so shocking. I never even thought about that. That's right. We're not even if you know better.
And it's not just that. You have to also understand that the think tanks, the consulting firms, they are all also victims of all this mainstream media bullshit. And a lot of these think tanks and consulting firms, they also buy into the pro-Ukrainian narrative and anti-Russian narrative, and then they chunk out reports and advisory or recommendations to these investment firms and governments and whatnot to go into a pro-Ukrainian position, because their analysis is also warped because they are also reading bad sources. So this entire web is all fucked up because of the fake news. You cannot imagine how fucked up it is. I realize how fucked up it is, over time as I interact with professor level people. I see some of them on Twitter. I talk to someone from the investment world, from a super mega fund, and then he tell me about the stories in his company. I'm shocked. I tell you, it's shocking. He literally showed me the emails and everything, and he showed me, what other think tanks wrote. It's shocking the level of the level of like analysis. You cannot believe. It's poor.
Well, the other day
they're believing it. They're believing their own. Sorry, it's just crazy for me to think about that. Go ahead, Gabriel.
No, the other day I was hearing this discussion between Karaganov. You guys know who this guy is? He's like a senior counselor to the
Sergei
Kremlin.
Karaganov, right?
Yeah. And he was discussing with this American professor of Harvard or something, I can't remember, but he was like a pretty important guy. And they were having this discussion about, it was a debate and it was moderated by a guy, but like, so they went at each other's throat very diplomatically for a while, but at the end, like in the closing statements, the American guy makes like a diagnostic of how Russia is completely screwed and is going to lose because of their demographics and their economy. They're the size of Italy, or they're smaller than Denmark. I don't know, like something like that. And he gives this diatribe, the American guy, telling how Russia is screwed and is going to collapse, has been defeated. And then Karaganov answers him by saying, like, it makes me so happy that you have this level of underestimation of us. It gives us so much opportunities to win. Like, I'm so happy that you have that level of analysis, because you underestimate us so much that it's much easier for us. And he said that, and I was like, yeah, it's true. Like that's exactly the reason for all this disastrous strategic failures that have been going on one after the other.
Interesting. I want to see this debate. I have not seen it. Sergei Karaganov. I wonder who was debating. When was this done? Was this recent?
Yeah, it's pretty recent. It was before the Trump election, though.
Okay.
So they made their predictions about that also. Somebody shared it in the main lodge. I'll look it up for you and like send it to you directly. Yeah.
But this is why I try to highlight about fake news. Is that it's really scary. People really believe all those New York Times bullshit. They really believe some of the false information published by AP or Reuters, and they are all constantly quoting an anonymous source. Constantly anonymous source. But some of these are just nonsense. And all these top people, and I believe my own government, is making wrong analysis because they are using wrong information. And this is also why, why you keep seeing bizarre decisions made by the Europeans, and then they are constantly trying to correct themselves or fight with themselves about their decisions, because they made a decision 6 months ago and then they realized it didn't pan out the way they thought it is. Then they have to fight with this oxymoron and this cognitive dissonance, and then they still double down because they constantly keep getting the bad analysis and they just keep doubling down on it. You can easily go to Twitter and see that right now people are still talking about, Russia is just another few months away from total collapse. That's why they're negotiating.
But there's
what
more.
The fuck you talking about?
More and more people.
Those aren't really counts, though.
More and more people, I think, don't believe. See, this is what's shocking is what you're telling me is about how, these people that are in elite positions when it comes to, the exchanging of, money, and also maybe elite positions in terms of, business, technology, maybe even politics, they're reading the New York Times. And even though the majority of the population has moved on and thinks this is fake news, they are of a different opinion. They're still there. So that to me is shocking. That this is the real problem, is that they're believing their own bullshit.
Yeah, you have to remember that the elites are very confident about themselves. they are all have very big egos, right? So once they have established certain thought process or no certain foundation of what reality is, they're not going to change. They're forever going to stick to that position that they had, even not realizing that that is developed because they read something wrong, something fake. They're ready to develop that. So they will stick to that because no, their ego is on the line. And that, how many people can just admit they are wrong and then they just change? The elites can't. A lot of the elites will not do it. They rather go down in the blaze of fire than than to admit that they are wrong.
Kind of like the Ukrainians themselves would rather just lose the war than negotiate.
Go on.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think a lot of it too is you still have a lot of Cold War people invested into the intelligence community, the think tanks and all that kind of stuff. And I think a lot of them, like, they feel like they got robbed because they didn't get to have the Fulda Gap and East and West Germany and the World War III that Tom Clancy wrote about. And they still think that the Russians wear like baggy green uniforms and carry an AK and wear a funky looking helmet, when in reality, nowadays, other than the rifle, you wouldn't know the difference between one of them or a NATO soldier if they were standing side by side, because they're literally equipped the same. They obviously have the advantage now because they're getting the experience. Some people in NATO are getting experience, and some of those lessons don't get passed on because they don't survive the experience. But I mean, I think that's part of the problem. You have a lot of people that, like, think about it. Victoria Nuland couldn't get a shot at Russia when they were the Soviet Union. She can't let it go. You've got a lot of people that are just stuck in the 80s and they still think it's the old days. They missed
their chance to bring down the Soviet Union, and
now they're going to try and do it, but it's a different world. Russia's more wise to it. They're built up. They've sanction-proofed their country. They're in the process of a massive military buildup. They'll be unequivocally the most powerful land force on the continent of Europe for the foreseeable future. And it is funny because I served in the military. The M1 tank's a great tank and all that, and our tactics and doctrine are great and all that. But when you sit here and see people that know better and served and lying and telling you shit that isn't going to happen or won't happen because you can't fight NATO doctrine if you don't fight NATO doctrine, which means you have to have the air and the artillery and the electronic warfare and the logistics, just like they planned on doing in West Germany or East Germany. So it's insulting to see these guys lie and make money off of shit that they know is anybody, whether you were ever a soldier or if you just enjoyed history and read history books or studied war, you can see what works and doesn't work, and you can look at the historical failures and successes and apply it to the modern battlefield, and it's not hard to figure out who's winning and who's losing, and the map doesn't lie. So I just think it is pretty pathetic. I agree that a lot of these pundits are they're either flat out liars or they're still thinking that they're going to get their chance to fight Russia like they didn't get in the 80s.
And if you look at even the YouTube scene, the Ukraine war YouTube reporting scene, until today, you can see that the pro-Ukrainian crowd, the viewership is still the same. It's still easily 5 to 10 times more than the so-called pro-Russia or neutral reporting. It's still easily at least 5 times bigger. So most of the world is still believing the pro-Ukrainian narrative. This has not changed. And I believe that on the elite level, it's going to be the same. They are just raging against the tide. They just refuse to admit that maybe their analysis is wrong. Or maybe, they need to refresh their analysis based on new realities. I think only a small handful is doing it. I think a lot of the elites are still refusing to face the reality. Like if you look at the European divisions, it don't make sense. Their economy is actually not that good. The expense is so high, because they have such a huge welfare system. But then if they say they're going to build their own army, they're going to build an army beyond NATO.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Europe and they're like totally frothing at the mouth, rabid for war, and they talk. And meanwhile, the guy that they're talking shit about is literally every month. It's getting to the point where they're going to be fielding like one fully equipped combat division per month, and these people are still talking and jumping around and waving their hands, and probably barely done the minimum to even get the wheels turning to militarize Europe. It's like, they're dangerous. And they're really just delusional. It's like you're trying to start a fight with a guy that you're not even ready for, and you're doing nothing to get ready, but you're still trying to fight.
What the fuck are you gonna do without energy? Like,
Well, I mean,
how are you gonna
it's not that. It's just we're going to start building tanks. We're going to build shells. We're going to develop new jets. We're going to be, it's like, yeah. Meanwhile, they're still cranking out T-72 BV3s, in Grads, or refurbishing stuff, or cranking out a few dozen new fighters or bombers a month or a year or whatever. And they're still talking about what they're going to do and how they're going to teach Russia a lesson. It's kind of funny, and it's dangerous too, because one side can back up what they're saying, and they're not saying anything, and the other side is just talking like a chihuahua.
And it's not just that. The Europeans are so obsessed with backing Ukraine right now. They're willing to make an enemy out of United States. Which is shocking. It's like you needed the United States to deal with Russia, to fight with Russia, but yet you are pushing away the Americans so that you can now fight Russia with Ukraine. And for example, the all this news about Portugal and Canada don't want to buy the F-35. They're going to now consider Rafale, which is a weaker plane, a lousier plane than the F-35.
Older.
Just to give that middle finger to United States. But they're not considering that by doing that, you're weakening your air force, so you will fight less efficiently against the Russians. And you cannot cooperate and have this intel link with the United States forces. Because you go and buy a Rafale instead of F-35, which is a much more capable plane, they're screwing themselves for what? I'm not sure. Like you want to fight both the United States and Russia at the same time?
Wyatt, what if this is evidence that the F-35 is not that much better than the Rafale?
Oh, can't possibly be, man.
What if they're like, you know what? We looked at the difference, and it will be fine.
I would say, the reason, why I would say F-35, is really good. Because if you look at Israelis' procurement, they bought it. And they bought more of it. That is evidence that it's a very powerful aircraft. Because if it's lousy...
evidence it can bomb the Syrian Arab army.
No, you can buy an F-15 and bomb this slipper-wearing soldiers too. But the thing is, they buy more F-35. You could have just used F-15 if F-15 is really that good or matchable to F-35. They could also buy Rafale themselves.
When it comes to the F-35, just put a pin in it. The Russians don't think it's a piece of crap airplane. They think it's potentially a great weapon system, a great weapons platform that has a lot of potential, and it's very capable. So that's discussions that we have, but the Russians don't typically. Our main adversary besides China says, hey, it's not that bad. So
yeah, F-35, the Singapore government, I'm not sure.
The Su-57s and the J-20s, so they're building their comparable or responses. I mean, and that's the thing too, like you said about we're going to buy Rafales. Yeah, even if right now they operate maybe as efficiently as the F-35, they don't still have all the bells and whistles. In the meantime, Russia's starting the serial production of the 57Es. So, you could have 20 Rafales against 5 57Es, and that's probably not going to go real well for the Rafales. I mean, they're going to build quality aircraft, and those aircraft are good, but they're unless you're just going to fly around trying to shoot standoff stuff, they're not going to survive any closer than that. And even that goes for even the advanced stuff, but you're not going to, that's the advantage is they just get closer to take their shots, but they're still going to shoot standoff. They're not trying to fly right over something and drop a bomb on it. They're just trying to get as close as they can to minimize the reaction so they can get the hit.
Because the F-35, from my understanding, what is the most capable part is all the electronic warfare inside the plane. It's not the fighter thing, Although as a fighter, it's very capable, but of course it's not a dogfighter. It's meant to fight, with ambush, with stealth. It fights in a totally different way from a typical fighter. So like I mentioned the story, the Singapore F-15s didn't even detect the F-35. They don't even know where the hell it is, and it got shot down. 6 F-15s defeated by 2 F-35 easily. So this is the reason why Singapore bought F-35, because we literally train against them to evaluate them to whether is this a good buy. We evaluated and we decided to buy, and we are going to buy more.
And even your export F-15s, especially to a country like Singapore or Japan, are going to be pretty damn good, if not as good as the Americans with the radar.
Singapore's F-15 is
that's a top of the line fighter.
Yeah, Singapore's F-15 is one of the better ones. I think there are now even more better ones. I think the Saudi bought them, the EX version. So Singapore is the SG version. We customize to our needs, but it's still one of the better ones. There's no way to fight the F-35. Like, you can't even see them coming. So, and I think F-22 is even more capable, because F-22 is a real proper air superiority fighter, which can dogfight. So yeah, that's why I know the F-47 is a shock. It's like, holy shit, the Russians haven't even really filled their F-57s properly, and then you're gonna have F-47s, and then people are still talking about buying Rafales, which is like, what a joke when you really think about it.
I mean, maybe we just needed to put something out there because the Chinese have their 6th generation fighter. We gotta.
True. But then anything is better, right? Anything would be better than F-22, because you guys have already advanced in the technology, right? So any plane that you put out is going to be better than F-22, and F-22 is already the best plane in the world. So even it's an old plane.
I have my doubts. I think the real reason why the F-22 never got sold outside of the US is because people are going to find out that all that awesome performance, you can't keep it up for very long. You need extreme maintenance in order for you to be able to fly that thing in that manner. Not just the stealth covering, but I mean in general. And not only that, but think about this: the F-22 famously does not have the, what is it called, like the monocle sighting, where you can direct your missile by looking off board. It doesn't have that. So it's and it actually.
I'm pretty sure they've upgraded that to a heads up. All around.
So what I heard is that they couldn't do it because of the gold plating on the canopy, but it's possible that they have. It's possible that I'm hearing outdated info. But in general, the F-22 has like a Sega Genesis era processor on there. There's a reason why they can't really like update them and upgrade them that much, to the point where they're like, it's better to just stop it and stop the production of this stuff and do it differently in the future, where we're not going to be trying to have this super weird wonky like architecture stuff that we're going to have, like we're just going to software upgrade it and all this. I mean, it's shown its limitations with both the F-22 and the F-35 now. So so I think the F-22 is not, they stopped producing it, and it's probably for reasons that are very good reasons.
Stopped for being produced was it was the Obama administration, and they cut the program. I mean, there's not a whole lot of evidence, but there is incidents of that aircraft performing exceptionally well over Iraq against Russian and Iranian aircraft. And
I'm sure it's great.
If you want to take it to DCS, which is obviously a video game, but it is a simulation based on the absolute most known characteristics of known aircraft. That aircraft performs exceptionally well. It's comparable to a flanker in performance.
Right.
And
I'm not doubting that.
In the F-22, it basically comes down to the pilots, in the higher end aircraft on the Russian side.
So
like
what
the
I'm
35s or the 57s.
my gamble is not that it's not as good as it is whenever you're flying it in DCS or whatever, that the stats or whatever are somehow deceitful. My gamble is that the upkeep and the man hours that it takes in order for it to be able to maintain that performance is probably something to the point where, like, are we going to run it in emergency war power, or are we not going to run it in emergency war power? Because if I pull this thing up to EW, it's going to be millions more dollars of flight hours.
Under Obama, and it was peacetime, and they didn't feel the need to field 700 and something F-22s because it would have cost a lot of money to keep them serviced and operational. So they only kept what they had built, and they still service them, because servicing an F-22 might be slightly more intensive, but it's not going to be any more lengthy or difficult than an F-15 or F-16 or an F-18. I mean, they're
really
underneath. They're still. The F-117 is basically an F-15 with a different body on the outside. So, I mean, it's not like the maintenance is going to be a lot different. It's the material on the outside that makes the difference in the engines. And
they always say that the materials are expensive and the coatings are expensive, and I think that's telling us part of the story.
They got to be rated to last. They're not going to wear off every 500 hours. It might be 2,000 hours before you have to do a certain level of maintenance or airframe refinishing or refurbishment. You know, the aircraft have thousands of hours built into them. The engines do. So, right. I mean, there's a way to do it. I mean, it's obviously going to be more expensive than it because it's newer, but more than likely the whole thing was just a budget cut bullshit scheme just to make it look like they saved money. Because, I mean, think about it. If we had 700 F-22s, we probably would have a lot more deterrence around the world, because a lot of people wouldn't. You got maybe the Chinese and the Russians that might be tempted to fuck around with them, but really no one else. And the Russians probably wouldn't, because they only have a limited number of 57s, and the J-20 is not really meant to go after the F-22. So
no, they'll just send Su-35. They'll send Su-35s. They've done this before. They'll just do two Su-35s versus the F-22 like they did in Syria. The Syrians, in Syria, the Americans didn't even want to deal with it. Why risk it? It's too expensive. Even if
I think they will not use the F-22. Like the United States have been not wanting to use the F-22 much, because you don't want to. You need to give the enemy a surprise, in a real war. So I think that's the reason why they keep holding back the F-22s. Because once you give it away, then you're not gonna get it back. It's just like whatever happened in Ukraine. Every time they use the HIMARS, the attack AMs, and then after a few months it becomes
countermeasures. Yeah, good point. Countermeasures were always developed.
And every time they go up in the air, they expose it to a radar signature built database. And you got to figure, like, the Russians had the Su-57 in Syria. The Americans were operating the F-22. They probably have an idea what they both look like to each other in the air on their radars, and they might even have some ideas on Patriot radars and S-300 or 400 radars, but they might not have the perfect picture yet, so they would want to risk. That's why they fly the B-2 on those ridiculous routes where they fly 10,000 extra miles over the middle of nowhere, because they know there's no radars that will ever pick up a signature that someone might use to build an actual image of what it looks like on the radar. So, I mean, you figure, like, and who knows, if we were dumb enough to use F-22s in Ukraine, that just means Russia's gotten another chance to continue to build up the signature. And they might not say nothing like, oh, yeah, we know what an F-22 looks like at 100 miles on an A-50 radar, because they want the F-22s to think they can fly 100 miles out and not realize they could be targeted and shot at. I mean, who knows what's going on with that stuff.
And also how the F-22 is going to be used in real combat, I think it's also a secret. Like, so you don't want to reveal too much. I think is sensible. Like, it's just the reason why they don't want to give the Ukrainians the most advanced stuff.
You don't want to show your hand. You don't want to show your hand, but my gamble, just my bet, just the feeling I get is that there's something about the F-22 where maybe the engines can maintain that level of stress. It significantly shortens the lifespan by like 30 times. So you have to fly it in a certain way, and if you don't, then you're going to have massive cost, something like this. That's just my feeling.
But F-22 is going through a lot of military exercises. Like
that's true.
The red flags and everything.
But it is called the Hangar Queen. That's what they call it, the Hangar Queen. That it just sits around and doesn't get flown. So
I think the F47 is going to be worse.
More
The
of a hanger
F47
queen.
is going to be even more hanger queen because they don't even they go into production and they don't even show you what it looks like. That's that is so weird, right?
That's
so
why
weird.
I'm saying I'm saying it's sketchy. That's why I keep saying it's sketchy.
The F117 is the same thing, right? They produced it, but nobody know what it looks like for a long time, right?
But that was it was such a wacky aircraft. Like nobody'd seen anything like that ever. Like if I saw that before seeing anything that was, I would have thought that was like some kind of an alien spacecraft, hands down.
I think F47 is going to be weird looking, and I think they're going to produce so many of them before anyone's going to like really see it. Maybe I don't know.
It's gonna look just like every other stealth aircraft looks so far. It's gonna look like another.
Would it look ugly? Do you think it would look ugly?
No, I don't know. I don't know. No, it's not. No way. They're going to make it look cool. They have to. No matter what. But yeah, I think that they're going to. I think that this is much ado about nothing so far. I'll believe it when I see it.
It's gonna follow the rule of cool, definitely. Can't be any other way.
The rule of cool. What is that?
Yeah, the form follows
function.
Like the function. No, the function follows form. Like first it has to be cool, and then you can see what else attributes you give it to. But yeah, like the problem with the F-35 isn't its capabilities. Its capabilities are awesome. The thing is that is the cost of maintenance and for like the combat readiness that you get, and that's like unsustainable unless you have like this sort of hegemonic economic empire that can drain resources from the entire world, and that's kind of getting cut down. And so that's the thing again. Like if the doctrine changes, then it's a viable platform. But if it doesn't change, then it's just going to further the bankruptcy of the American economy and military. Like
I do hope it's going to be. I heard it's cheaper, right? It's going to be cheaper than F-22. So I have great hopes because I want to share why. No, if the Americans can build a great aircraft and build it cheaply, like what it used to do, when they receive the F-16s and F-15s, when it's cheap and good, then Singapore is going to get it. No, we don't have to deal with the F-35. The problem with F-35 right now is there's no choice. That is the only 5th gen aircraft the Western world or the Western aligned world can buy.
That's for
the
sale.
Australians, we can't buy F-22s. So we can only buy F-35 and there's no alternative. And all the alternatives are from the enemies. So the enemies, like the Chinese or the Russians. So that's why I feel like it's a great news. Like for me as a Singaporean, that we're only going to buy American fighter jets. So if the Americans can come up with F-47s, maybe Singapore one day can get it. In 15-20 years time, maybe you guys will do something even better. Hopefully, that is a great news for the Western world. Really, if there's no choice right now, the other competition is the only other plane that you can buy as a part of the Western aligned world is what Eurofighter, Rafale. These are not real fighters, man. And then maybe the Korean fighter.
Yeah, the Korean F-22 ripoff. That one.
Yeah. Maybe that's the only alternative right now. And I'm not sure if Singapore will ever dare to buy a Korean plane for now. So that's why Americans doing something new. That's a good thing. Don't neglect. And don't continue all this fucked up.
Yeah.
United States need to be strong.
Well, why I really love the fact that you have this confidence in our engineering, and I'm hoping. But what I'm looking at is Boeing screwing up a lot and being in a public relations crisis, and they're trying to throw things at the wall.
Don't worry, you guys. You got Elon Musk right now. Elon Musk will go and fix it.
Yeah, right. Elon Musk will build the 6th generation fighter. Then it'll work.
Maybe right. Maybe right. No, is if Boeing screwed it up, no, then yeah, Elon Musk is going to like, let's fuck it. I got to build my own.
Powered by Tesla.
No, I feel like it's a bit weird, and in the sense that if you look at the old days, in the F-16, F-18 days, there's so many different type of aircraft you can choose from. You get F-14, F-18, F-15, F-16.
Different
now, why
roles.
do you have to stick to just one? No, I don't understand.
Well, it's cheaper. That's the whole point. Like, you don't want to have a thing that's doing this role and this role and that role. They're like, hey, man, we want to replace everything, even the A-10 with the F-35, everything. We want to replace the F-18
That's why
with the
it failed,
F-35.
right? That's why F-35 is a failure. If they try to be everything, it's the same thing as a Bradley, right? You try to be everything, you become not here, not there.
Yeah. That's why they say it's over-engineered, but it's still obviously very good in it's the most expensive weapon ever developed by mankind. So no matter what, I'm sure it's a great aircraft. I'm sure it does the job wonderfully.
So that's why maybe, right, the F-47 is not that over-engineered. Maybe that's why it's cheaper. Maybe that's why it's better. Maybe.
When's the last time when's the last time we did this? Like, this is going to be the one that we're going to actually get right. It's probably going to be another F-35 all over again. When's the last time we had it? We can't even get our strategic nuclear forces, the ground leg of the triad updated and renewed after billions of dollars sunk into it. So
it's a new world. You got Donald Trump and Elon Musk now. Maybe things will change.
All right,
they'll doge the hell out of them. They will doge the hell out of them.
Let's see it.
I mean, honestly, like even the first term, like Trump simply just take a look at the price of the Air Force One and basically slice it in half. I mean, but it's still not here yet. Donald Trump is actually quite pissed about it. Like, he actually negotiated the price of the freaking Air Force One. Until today, the Air Force One is still not delivered. He was pissed. So and then now another company is now pitching for like, why not you get this other plane, which looks even more cooler. It looks like a Concorde, if I'm not wrong. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so maybe Donald Trump will force some sense and some speed into all these companies by constantly picking on competitors to do something.
Well, I don't know. I think that'd be great to see. I would love to see the industry coming back to the United States. It would only mean good things for me, obviously, because I live here. But I think that we'll see it we'll see if it ever happens.
Okay, so let's do closing, since I feel like we are. I think the conversation is run its course, unless we got something else to talk about.
I'd say that let's do closing. We didn't have that many people this time around.
Yeah, maybe I'm not sure. Maybe it's a Saturday problem, or maybe I missed 1 week, so everybody lost the momentum.
You missed a week.
Yeah, maybe I missed a week. Then everybody's like, "Oh, I don't know what to do. My life is a mess right now," because I missed one open mic.
That 1 week, everybody figured out other things to do. That's it. You're going to have to claw back your audience. Yeah.
That's quite scary. That's the real scary thing, If I missed 2 weeks straight, I think everybody was like, "No, I have new things to do now."
Oh my goodness. Well, I mean, hey, look, people still showed up, so
yeah.
Okay, let's do closing.
So, Gabriel, you're closing.
Sure, mate. No, yeah, I think it's a good mature time. We had been talking recently about how shorter formats might improve the revisibility of it, like that people have more are more inclined to see it in after the live. And yeah, I think it was really interesting. It was kind of redundant, but it is a thing. To discuss aircraft is always wonderful. Like, what's better than the art of flight? If anyone gets bored with that, then they can all fuck off. Of course, we could have touched other issues, but it's fine. We talk about everything most of the time. It's good to give it a go at one thing at a time, and yeah, lovely to have this very composed and articulate discussion, like without all the yelling and bickering, you know, and gnawing of teeth. And yeah, who knows? Maybe Elon and Trump actually have a vision and means to do things differently. I still think it's unlikely that the level of decadence is reversible, but I don't say that. Whenever I say that, I'm not talking about like the existence of the United States as a nation. I'm talking about the gay, about the global American empire being unsustainable and doomed. Like, I don't think America has geographical, social, or cultural consistency to just sort of vanish and collapse. It's a very strong nation. It has a lot of resources. It has mighty people, a lot of preppers that would stand anything, you know, that they would survive you in the worst circumstances. So it's not like the nation is going to go down the drain at all. And the worst case scenario, like, they can actually become self-sufficient and focus on themselves, and you know, they might even get their own new revolution of like independence from all the deep state and the oligarchy and the European interests that prey upon it. So it's not a bad thing, you know, like the idea that America's global power might fall. Might be bad for Singapore, I'll give you that. So I wish you the best, Wyatt. Hopefully there's going to be some level of equilibrium in the emerging powers, and it seems so. Like, I do think that there is a certain level of at least diplomatic elegance, you know, that can avoid mass slaughter and brutality and horrible things, you know. So we're gonna have wars, we're gonna have conflicts all the time, but like hopefully we can avoid a complete extinction event and something like that, and we can become stronger. And so good to see you guys. Like, share, and subscribe, and thanks for having this, Wyatt. You're the best. Keep on going, and remember, self-sufficiency. Okay, there's technology, which is things that you can do, techniques that you can do, and there's anti-technology, that are things that take away your power, that make you more lazy and comfortable and weak. So learn to fight. Good night and good fight.
Thank you, Gabriel. So you guys heard it. You can jerk off without porn. Just jerk off yourself. Don't use porn.
Yeah.
Vaughn, closing.
Yeah, I just want to say thanks to Wyatt for providing this every week. You know, and when he's sick, he's down. You know, that's a rarity. So I appreciate it. You know, like, subscribe, and share as always. And if you want to keep up on the war or whatever's going on, just check the Frontline report, changes reports, or the sit reps, or the conclusions. I mean, you got time for at least one of them, at least a day. So keep informed, keep an eye on what's happening. I mean, obviously Kursk is closed out. You know, maybe there'll be some interesting news in Sumy this week. You know, I don't know, Kupiansk, maybe there's always something going on there. I would assume there's no ceasefire for this foreseeable future, and Russia will just continue to advance on the ground. Other than that, you know, I mean, I think it's going to be business as usual for the Russians, and you know, we'll just have to wait and see what kind of hype is put out there, talking points, and how long they last, how many hours, or you know, they come out at noon or they be dead by 6 o'clock. So I guess just hang on to your hats and enjoy the ride. It's pretty much interesting every day, geopolitically or in Ukraine. So, you know, and I appreciate Wyatt here and everybody here. And, you know, if you want to get in the good stuff, come on the open mic, hang out for a while, and get back in the VC, and you can talk about all this stuff in depth, or even more, you know, oddball topics, just whatever. It's a good group of people, and I appreciate it. And the community is a good community. And I think we do a good job of covering the war and analyzing it and giving our opinions. And I think when it's all said and done in the end, there's only going to be a few on top, and DPA would definitely be one of them. So y'all take it easy. Have a good week.
Peace.
Thank you, Vaughn. Bradley.
All right. Well, I'd say that this was a pretty chill open mic. Open mic generally asks a lot of its audience and its panelists, but it's nice not to have a shouting match, every week with Wayne or something. So for my closing, I'd just like to reiterate that I think this whole NGAD stuff, Wyatt may be right, and I really hope he is, but we may be really trying to find our way back. But what I see is a company in trouble trying to do public relations. Maybe you could say that they might improve their public relations if they try to make sex robots for the elderly, but with Boeing's current track record, even that wouldn't help. I don't think anybody would trust their elderly folks with any of their products. So I'd say that other than that, thank you very much to all of our panelists. Thank you very much to our audience. And of course, thank you very much to our tireless and fearless commander. We're glad to have you back. Peace, everybody.
Thank you, Bradley. Yep. So it's my turn to do closing. Yay. So I'll remove Bradley to the rear. Yeah, I think he logged out already. He already hanged. So thank you everyone for watching this for the episode of 120 of the DPA Open Mic. And yeah, so my closing. So today is a bit of a weird open mic. Like people came in late, a bit slower. A monologue a bit longer. We have some very good conversation. No one give a damn about what happened in Middle East. Like who cares about the Houthis and the Hamas, the Palestinians, the Yemenis? Who cares? Nobody cares. We didn't talk about it, and nobody cared about the French as well. Nobody talked about Macron leading the way to block military aid to Ukraine. Yeah, yes, Macron blocked military aid to Ukraine for now. Yeah, because no money. So I think everybody's just trying to screw with the Germans. I got a feeling like the Europeans are just screwing with the Germans as well. They want to let the Germans lead the way, and then they just don't do anything. They don't commit the money later. They just want the Germans to commit all the money. I'm not sure. It's just weird. Everything is just weird in this world right now, because everybody just like what I said just now. Too many people got brainwashed and got confused by all the fake news, and then they screw up their work in real life. But I'm talking about the elites, the ruling class and the investment, the top investment class people, and it's like everybody's just confused because the fake news cannot keep their story together. Sometimes they say like Ukraine, they slava Ukraine all the way. Then after that, suddenly they say Ukraine is losing. Then suddenly Russia is so powerful. But like just a few months back, or even a week before that, they were just saying slava Ukraine. So it's like it's weird. It's weird. And yeah, and about the AI robotic stuff. Sex bot. Is just. It's just a natural progression. Everything will have happened, but what I think people should focus about. Sex bot is just a way to explain how powerful the technology will become. But if you look at the bright side of things, they're going to be helping us to when you imagine you are a business owner, you need to do business, and then you need to have staff. You need to have staffing. Like for me, I need help. I don't have enough help, but I don't have the budget to hire full-time staff. Full-time staff is expensive. Then imagine you can have an AI bot that can do a lot more. Like he can help me do my housework, so that my wife can have more free time. And then after finishing some of the housework, he can help sit down and help me do some video editing. It can be that flexible because the AI, like ChatGPT, is that flexible, right? Imagine the AI bot that is programmed to be able to answer and do stuff just like ChatGPT, it's going to be amazing, right? You can have your own secretary. Like, you don't even talk about the sex board. Don't talk about the sex part yet. Yeah, it's just the normal day stuff. It's going to be incredible. Like, have someone helping to take care of your old folks at home. Maybe, accompany the old folk to go somewhere, go exercise. I'm not sure. There's the possibility is endless, and that is just domestic bot. Militarily wise, it's going to be shocking. But in the industrial wise, they're going to help out with so much more things. But then, of course, that will come back to the same the problem of then what are humans are going to do, and yeah, then we'll really, really get into the Star Trek world, where the real utopian communist world could be possible. But then, before that could happen, the world need to come together first, because the resources need to be shared, and that would not be doable because the countries will take care of themselves first. So that utopian world is not going to be coming so fast. There will still be work, money is still important, resources is limited, so not so straightforward, not so simple. So, but the race is on right now. The race is on. Like I said, the NVIDIA one I did post on Twitter and Telegram already. It's shocking how powerful robotics is going to become. So mech warriors are going to come. And when we look at the Ukraine war, actually, honestly, I can see the application easily, because if you have ground that is muddy and are difficult to traverse, wheel or even track vehicles will find it difficult. Walkers will be perfect. Walkers can also provide defensive position, and there will be weapon carriers. They can probably carry certain kind of weaponry that can be anti-drone. Who knows? Whatever we are seeing in Ukraine, these are all they are just adapted weaponries. These are not design weaponries. A lot of all these weaponry are just adaptations. They are adapting to the realities on the ground. Like, peaceful countries can literally, take note of what's happening in the Ukraine war and develop new weapon systems that can deal with what's happening in Ukraine, if they are paying attention. Like, all these drones, all these UAV drones and whatnot, once you can develop, let's say, a laser technology, like visual AI powered visual trackers. So don't talk about radars, just like literally just by video, high res video, the AI can easily spot the drones, and then they can call on strikes, laser strikes and whatnot. So this is all doable, and it's all honestly within our current technology. It's just a matter of application. Like even for DPA's case, I can do so much things, but the thing is just that the technology is there already. So many things can be done. My limitation is myself. My limitation is me. I'm the choke point. So yeah, and of course money, right? Money could have solved some other problems, but no, there's also not enough money. So yeah, so I mean, the world now, there's so much possibilities, and you and I, everybody, you yourself can also do so much. It's just incredible. So the very least I feel I would recommend is for people to get acquainted with AI. Just start using it. If you are not already using it, try to use ChatGPT, use Grok. You can use DeepSeek. I wouldn't recommend because I'm pro-West. So I always tell you guys I'm pro-USA. So some people that like to say that I'm pro-Russia. I'm not pro-Russia. I'm pro-USA. So, but why I pro-USA? Because a strong USA is good for Singapore. So, but get acquainted with the AI. Use it, because just use the simple one. Just use the the chatbot version, Grok and ChatGPT. That's a good entry point to learn and understand how AI works. The world is moving so fast. is shocking and scary. I only started using ChatGPT like 2 years ago, and it had advanced so much. Then Grok came out, and then I haven't even talked about the AI, like Mid Journey, all the other like create music, create art, create graphic. Like even the background, the thumbnail that I'm using, this one, this one, those pilots which represent you guys and the panelists, that is created by AI. The Trump and Pete Hegseth is not AI. That's the real thing. Yeah, but yeah, just possibilities. So yeah, try to use it. The world is gonna change so fast. It's gonna blow your mind, and I'm already cannot keep up, even though I'm using AI almost every day. So I myself cannot keep up with the changes. It's just scary, freaking shocking how fast things is moving. So anyway, thank you for watching. Press the like button, subscribe. Yeah. And hopefully, we'll have a more lively session next week. This week is more chill. So anyway, that's it. I'll put the outro, and I'll see you guys in the next update. Outro. Bye
Share your voice, share your opinion. Swallow your ego, expand your mind. DPA Open Mic, free speech zone. DPA Open Mic, we are live. DPA Open Mic, we are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go, let's go. We are live. Let's go, we are live. DPA Open Mic, we are live. We are live. We are live. From every corner of a spinning globe, gathered voices, the stories they probe. Ideas like rivers, they ebb and they flow. In the meeting of minds we grow. Together we stand, unconquered, yet aligned. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice decides, debating the future unconfined. Opinions like colors, vivid and bright, clashing, merging in the light. From whispered winds to roaring might, in our discourse we ignite. Together we stand, uncovered, yet alive. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice decides, debating the future unconfined. In the clash of ideas we see the birth of what the world could be. From conflict we find the key to unlock our collective destiny. Round the table